the Indians said the evil god of the woods lives at Skookum Lake. Let's go camping at Skookum Lake right now. We get up there at midnight, and as we're driving the last quarter mile to the lake, suddenly this terrible smell appears. Skunk, wet dog smell. I stopped the van in the middle of the road, and we couldn't see a damn thing. It's just inky blackness. Suddenly, all the hair on my head, and I have pretty long hair, and I had long hair then, stood completely out from my head as if I had been rubbing balloons on top of it and then holding them over my head. And my hair stood out like Einstein. All on my arms, all the hair was tingling and poking, like there was an electrostatic field that had surrounded me. My girlfriend suddenly just said, "I'm really tired, I'm gonna go to sleep." And she just passed right out in 30 seconds. The crickets had stopped. Everything had stopped. It was so dead silent that nothing made a sound. And then the smell went away and the crickets started again. And I said, "Wow, what was that?" And I thought to myself, I wonder if that's what people call Bigfoot. The punchline is that the starter motor in my van had been blown out by that electrostatic field, and I was marooned there for 24 hours. And Peter Byrne ran an organization called the Bigfoot Research Project. Peter Byrne had obtained about $5 million in funding, and I became part of his project. And we set up a 1-800-BIGFOOT number, take endless crank phone calls. About 100 to 1 was how crank versus real calls were. Hired a bunch of real forensic scientists, led by Glickman, as I said, to study the Patterson film. So we dropped about $500,000 analyzing the Patterson film and publishing the Nazi report in 1998, where the goal of what we were doing was to try to get scientists and policymakers to take the Bigfoot phenomenon seriously. Scientists rejected us, academia rejected us, the Bigfoot community rejected us. Obvious stuff to me. There's an occipital protuberance on the back of the skull, which is a hominid variation. So it's not a primate, it's a hominid. It's of the hominid line because it has a large gluteus maximus, meaning a big butt. We humans have a big butt. Apes don't have a big butt. We do. And it has a point on the back of the skull where all the back muscles attach, the occipital protuberance, which means it was designed for walking erect. Also, a hominid line variation. For some reason, that doesn't ever get mentioned by anybody. I don't know. It's just like, it's as clear as day to me whenever I see the Patterson film now. I'm like, how can you miss that? You know? And we had obtained from Patty Patterson, Roger's wife, the second copy ever made of the film. And we digitized that copy to get the best possible copy we could. And we actually gave Patty Patterson $20,000 to give us permission to digitize it. We had a great copy. We could see the muscles moving under the fur with the resolution we had. We also could see the bottom of the feet, and we could see grains of sand stuck on the bottom of the feet. Everything that we did find in the film suggested it was actual observations of an uncatalogued animal and not a guy in a gorilla suit. We measured the height at 7 feet 3.5 inches, plus or minus 1 inch. Is that Patty walks, does not run away. She walks away, and she avoids eye contact. I came away after spending $500,000 and getting a bunch of scientists to try to prove it was false, thinking it was real. The really key thing for me was that Patty walks and doesn't run away from the people and avoids eye contact. which is what you or I would do if we encountered a wild animal. One of the great mysteries for me with Bigfoot is why they're friendly to some people and other people never know they exist. Why do they show themselves to some people? Why do they not show themselves to others? And then I met people that were actually friends with Bigfoot, that they actually had ongoing relationships that were, I would describe as friendships. And a lot of these were Indian elders, and they don't talk about it. There are other times where I've stood in the woods with a Sasquatch right next to me, invisible. And I could sense it in so many ways, and it would touch me on my opposite shoulder, just like the game kids play on the 6th grade playground. And the rock quarry had a pile of gravel around the edge, and like a circular big pile of gravel with a hole in the middle. And I stood in the middle, and there was something walking on top of the gravel piles, knocking rocks down, walking around me. And as it walked around me, I would see the rocks actually falling down the slope into the thing, but I never saw anything. But I could hear the footsteps, and I could hear it walking, and I could see the rocks moving, but there was nothing to see. A Sasquatch floated by me in the lake, and I first thought it was a beaver, but then I realized it was a Sasquatch doing a backstroke, and he just swam by me without saying anything. Later that night, as I was trying to get into the tent that I had set up, bushes just outside the tent started shaking really intensely, like just really like somebody was really shaking them really, really, really hard. Once again, I didn't see anything. Then I heard what sounded like 100 crows cawing and coming, like a huge flock of crows coming to land. But there were no crows, which one of my many opinions is that they can imitate other animals very, very well. They seem to they can do a great imitation of all the different animals. But the volume's wrong when they do it. It's just way too loud. So when I heard the 100 crows, it sounded like 100 really, really big crows. We would take videos of Sasquatch swimming across the Columbia River and then never share them with anybody outside our tribe. And we did that on 3 occasions I know of. I saw 3 different videos that my officer colleagues had filmed, and we would never show them publicly. Within Indian country, there's a lot of films and photos that are taken that are never shared outside of Indian country, are seldom shared within Indian country, which the Indians have taken, where we had like 3 good videos of them swimming across the Columbia. They're found in the water a lot. Small lakes high in elevation are like doorways for them. When you really study Sasquatch, it leads you to once again embrace vitalism, because you start to understand that not everything you experience with Sasquatch can actually be explained in mechanistic terms. And it can't explain Sasquatch turning invisible, standing next to you. It can't explain Sasquatch telepathically talking to you. It can't explain Sasquatch taking control of your body and marching you around. I've seen Sasquatch move through really thick woods without disturbing a branch.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, you
Uh,
don't because I'm muted. Hello, everybody.
Greeting.
Almost had it down. Anyways, folks, this is Lord of ORD, the Fortean Digital Shaman, along with new acquaintance and new guest, hopefully new friend,
Yeah, I
Henry
hope we're
Friends.
heading there. Yeah, I hope we're going there, man.
And yeah, so the intro. Let's see what we got going on here. Jay, thank you for joining us. Raptor, thank you for joining us. No, Raptor, you're not blocked. I don't know where you got that idea. He's one of the hardcore critics. Uh, you're always blocked. Yeah, that's true. So, anyways, yeah, Henry Franzoni, and he's got a new book out. Let's see, get this lined up here. You think I'd have this all sorted out, and I thought I did, but there you go. So,
Man,
Henry got this new book and website, by the way. And let's see, this is the book, which I read Thursday and all day Thursday. I read the thing. It's called Falling in a Cooler Way Why I Never Found Bigfoot. And I don't think, if you read this book, I think you'll be quite pleasantly surprised. So, anybody who hears this and sees this, check
it's
out.
a different sort of narrative.
Well, it's probably more in line with what we're dealing with from my observations and from my own experiences of what I hear from other people. So, of course, this whole thing that we're dealing with, Henry, is a different narrative now, isn't it?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
So, the flash of beauty is excerpts that last 10 minutes was from. So, if you guys want to check out that hour and a half interview, I think is personally one of the best interviews I've seen in a long time when it concerns this particular topic, for whatever it's worth. So,
Did you see the two interviews they released today?
what?
Flash of Beauty.
No, I've been too busy doing my own thing, so no, I haven't been
Yeah.
paying.
Okay, so forget those earlier interviews. The two I released today are the ones you should watch, in my humble opinion.
Why is that?
Because I finally come out after 30 years of secrecy, and I spill the beans, and I actually add all the parts to all the stories I've ever told that I've left out because I had a secret to keep, and I kept it. And now I have permission to spill my secret, and I'm spilling it.
Now, this is the same thing that you sent me
Yeah,
yesterday. I read for on Facebook, right? Okay.
yeah. I wanted to make sure you weren't blindsided by that whole announcement I was making today, actually, on two Flash of Beauty videos that came out today for members only. The second one, but I think they're going to put it out for the whole public in a couple days by March 6th. But they may do it earlier. Part two will come out on YouTube, and I spill the beans. You know,
Well, you're more than welcome to spill any beans you want to here, my friend. So,
yeah. I see. I'm not like the others. I I'm not playing the same game as every other Bigfoot researcher that's out there. There may be some like me. I doubt it, but
well, give us a
I
chance. You might be
no.
surprised.
Well, yeah, and I really explained that in this video today. Basically, I immediately found out when I was looking for Bigfoot within the first 3 months that our government and Bigfoot were collaborating with the targeting of our ICBM nuclear deterrent, and that our government was in fact working alongside them in caves under Nevada. They're fantastic engineers. And all of our nuclear deterrent was targeted such that it would never hit big feet, it would only hit human beings because they are a more intelligent culture that lives on Earth, that we share Earth with. Do you think that human beings have the most intelligent civilization on Earth? They do not. The big feet do, except they're not really, it's not their name. And they work hand in hand with our government on our nuclear deterrent to make sure it's safe for them. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So that's one of the things, because the very first way I learned about Bigfoot was I made friends with a nuclear engineer from the U.S. Navy, a real special guy who was special forces, and he was a nuke. He was Polaris Fire Control. And this guy is one of a kind. And he and I worked together for 10 years. He was one of the greatest patriots, I think, in American history. That's just me, though. He was really a special guy, and he was my friend and my business partner, and we built computer systems for 10 years together in Portland, Oregon. And for that 10 years that we sat together every day building computer systems, he taught me about Bigfoot. And he had worked alongside them on our nuclear targeting in caves under Nevada for 10 years and had gotten out in 1971 when he was honorably discharged. So he was an older man than me. He's hitting about 80 right now if he's still alive, which I don't think he's alive, but I'm not sure. I don't think he's around, let's say. He can't be found right now. But I learned about Bigfoot like that at first. Then I went out amongst the rest of you to look for Bigfoot. So I already knew where we would all wind up at the end. After you all sort out this ape and woo nonsense about, we all wind up in caves under Nevada working on high technology with alongside our incredibly sophisticated engineering neighbors. So, knowing that I have common sense and that this really is going to sound completely Looney Tunes, right? I know that. I'm not an idiot. It has a fuse. This bullshit story has a timer, which is that within 20 years, I estimate, our technology will hit the Planck length. And what that means is right now in Silicon Valley, we're going smaller and faster, smaller and faster, smaller and faster. Moore's Law is this silicon chip thing that says every 2 years, we go twice as fast and we get, once again, half again as small. So we're always going to get smaller and faster every 2 years. That's Moore's Law. I'm going to sum it all up for a 10-year-old, right? I'm summing it up for the 10-year-olds, the knuckle trackers out there, the apers, in other words.
Sorry, guys.
When we hit the Planck length, you'll know if what I'm saying is true or not, period. That's it. Like in other words, and we will hit the Planck length because all of our civilization is pouring all their resources into going smaller and faster with smaller and faster silicon chips. And it's become the most important thing for our civilization to be ahead of the other guy at that thing. So we're going to get there. And that's the worst case scenario. We get there. What is it, 20 years from now we get there? I estimate the military got there, 50 years ago. That's why they're releasing all this information now, because they know where we're going. They know we're going to get there. So you can call me bullshit head for 20 years, but then you have to suffer the actual test of the experiment and see if I'm full of shit or not, which is different than most, psycho, crazy, Bigfoot woo-woo guys. I actually propose a legitimate experiment that will be resolved whether or not anyone does it. We're going to know. So, anyhow, that's only a small part of it. Sorry.
So this shrinking, you're talking about technology, or you're talking about everything? The whole
I'm
video?
talking about, you know how clock speeds go faster and faster and faster and faster, right? Your CPUs, you're going 5 gigahertz, 10 gigahertz, 20 gigahertz CPU speed.
Right.
And you know how we're going down smaller and smaller, 7 nanometer, 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer. We're getting smaller and smaller. So we get smaller and smaller in that way. We get faster and faster in that way because, like, international power politics now depends on who has the fastest, smallest chips. So we are pouring as societies all our resources into getting down to 1 nanometer and getting down to 50 gigahertz. In other words, we're going faster and smaller. So it is natural that we will hit 1.87 times 10 to the 37 megahertz, which is a frequency that is right at the Planck length. In fact, that's the frequency of the Planck energy.
So what's this Planck length and what's the associated with Planck length and singularity? Is there any?
It's like this. Where you and I are sitting right now, there's no zero. You all think, hey, things must go from 0 to infinity, right? No, there's no 0 at the bottom. It's not there.
Right.
It ends at the Planck length where you can't get below that. That's where space-time ends. According to Einstein's general relativity, space-time ends there. You've got a situation where at that point we can't see what happens because the error is greater than the resolution. So you can't actually, the error on either side is greater than the dimensions of the thing you want to look at. So you can't see it anymore. Everything fudges out. Who knows what's past the Planck length? And the Planck energy sits right at that boundary. So what I'm saying is that super duper, super high frequency energy that is got a frequency of 1.87 times 10 to the 37 megahertz. So it's like our radio frequency, very, very much in the future. And I don't know where we're at right now. We're maybe at like 10 to the minus 10 in our chip making. So I'm forecasting in the future that eventually we're going to get to 10 to the minus 37 in our chip making. That's simply how I can explain it, is we're going to get down to that dimension because we're hell bent on getting as small in our chips as we can and making them go as fast as we can, which means we're headed right for the Planck length. And the Planck length is the boundary of space-time. That's it. That's the wall beyond which there's something else. In other words, there's subspace under us from the Planck length down to 0. And so that's where the singularity comes in. If 0 is the singularity, the space between 0 and the Planck length is where all the action happens. That's subspace. And that is outside of space-time. That little gap there is past the Planck length. So it's outside the space-time bubble. It's not here. It's non-local. It's not a local space-time thing. That's, I don't know. Am I getting too weird?
No,
this is my puppy dog physics.
For me, it's not too weird. I think
I'm just trying to do common sense physics, and I believe that, I believe in what I'm saying, right? But no, the thing is that.
So where's the connection or correlation between the Planck's length singularity and the super force. How do you see it?
Superforce is the Planck force that sits right there at the boundary. That's the correlation.
So once we reach the
Force
super
is the Planck
force,
force. They're the same.
so what's going to
Planck force
happen?
and superforce are the same. As soon as modern industry gets to the Planck length, they're going to smack into the superforce. Is the heartbeat of what I'm saying. In other words, if I'm right, and all this shit I'm trying to explain is right, this version of Einstein's equation that I presented to you has a clear prediction, and that's the clear prediction it makes, the actual testable scientific prediction with hard experimental tests. Once you reach the Planck energy and the Planck length, that is the superforce, and you will be hitting the superforce, and therefore the shit will hit the fan when you hit that. If I'm right, all hell will break loose, literally, if I'm right. And I think I'm right. I have a lot of self-confidence, right? But I don't want to get carried away.
So if you guys are interested in learning a little more about what he's talking about, I think the video that I found is a good introduction for the general populace. You might have to listen to it several times, but it's the super force and Paya's effect. So, and you'll see the correlations between that and UFOs and that kind of stuff. So,
yeah, is that how you pronounce? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Pius?
It's pie.
It was A's.
No, like pie, like an apple pie is Pius.
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 I need to tighten that up.
He works for the Navy, and he's has a brilliant mind and thinks outside the box. And so for a while now, I've kind of realized that the plasma, the universe is allegedly made up of 99.9999% of plasma. Plasma physics, along with quantum mechanics and all that, has some kind of connections with Bigfoot. And I didn't get that from the Bigfoot community. I got that from doing my own research, because I discovered if you're going to find the truth about much of anything, you better start doing your own research, because most people are talking out of their asses, whether they mean to or not. I think most of us do it just because we parrot things. So, and it's just what we all do, right? We learned this from school, from television, from religion, from higher education. We never have enough time to really research anything. So I finally had enough time in my life to have to do some research, and I did it. So another thing you find in Henry's book is he talks about a YouTube channel, Theories of Everything, with Kurt. Now, sure, I'll butcher his name because it's some kind of Indian.
Yeah, how do you pronounce his name, man?
I think it's Jay Mungel, but I don't. I butcher everybody's last name, so don't even ask. So, there's a video out there that's going to unlocking the secrets with Salvatore Paya's UFO patterns, quantum gravity, and etc. So it's interesting.
This fellow reminds me of my friend, by the way.
It's he's got a lot of passion about what he's talking about, doesn't he?
He reminds me of somebody I know.
Yeah, he reminds me of somebody I know too. There's a lot. I don't think the same dude, but which is interesting that you spend 10 years. So, one of the interesting things, I'll bring up is this whole thing about you being a military brat. What was that like?
Yeah, I had a not normal. I did not have a normal deal happening.
Oh yeah, grew up in France. How many languages can you speak, or at least can
just barely New Jersey? I speak New Jersey, man. Hey.
Yeah, so how's the guy's born in France, ends up in New Jersey, then in NYC, and then ends up in Oregon, Washington, and then ends up in the fisheries? hanging out with First Nations people, then ends up hanging out with some dude who's an ex-Navy SEAL for 10 years doing computer programming in
It all
Oregon
makes
in the
sense.
punk
It really
scene.
does. It really all does. It all does
Oh,
make
by the
sense.
way, Bigfoot does come into all this too, folks. Just have
Yeah.
patience. It all comes in. So don't.
No, I had a, you're not going to believe it, but I left a lot out because um, I actually play my life down because, I, y- well, you probably are sympathetic. I don't know if you'll be sympathetic with this, but hey, when I was a kid, I used to like be Mr. Exaggerate. I was like always, if I had a little more spice. Sorry, my hair's sticking up. It's driving me crazy.
Don't
Um,
worry about it, man.
that's
We're old men. Nobody has any expectations out
right. I
of us.
really
What are you
should.
talking
Okay,
about?
screw it. Okay, that hair thing just gonna go there.
That's right.
The thing was that when I was a kid, I used to exaggerate. I used to tell stories, and I worked with a bass player for 42 years. I love music, and he was the greatest bass player. I mean, I love this guy. And at some point in our 42 years of playing music together, he looked at me one night and he said, "You're the great Henry Franzoni. You don't need to exaggerate anything." And from that moment on, I just never did. I just said, "God, my motherfucking friend's right." And so I just made it a point from that moment on to never, in fact, to de exaggerate and to leave out things that sounded extra glorification. So I was really, it changed my whole style
So
of
when did you start doing
talking.
that? Because most people that doesn't come into their life until so a lot of maturity. They finally realize
Yeah, it was
that
20 something,
the
30
BS
maybe.
game is just that.
Yeah,
The BS
30 or something. My head whole changed. And then I was like, wait, I have to go out of my way to not exaggerate, like really,
I honestly
really.
believe, Henry, everybody has to go through this. I mean, from my observation,
I
being a
think you're
wall,
right.
being a wallflower and observing other people and myself too. So I had to work on it myself because we're conditioned to do this through like from the get go, right? Because of what,
Yeah, I was really full of shit at first.
well,
I had to
everyone
sort of,
is,
I
you
really had
know.
to tame myself to stop bullshitting. Really, I had to go,
Well,
stop it,
something
man.
happened to you where you started having a conscience and it bothered
Yeah,
you.
I grew up for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of pain associated with this.
But growing up,
Well,
yeah, it is.
School of Hard Knocks, definitely School of Hard Knocks, man. Yeah, a lot of
Well,
that.
it's a sign of maybe a bit of a maturity and also of a mental capacity when you can actually stop projecting and start looking at yourself in the mirror, right? And saying, look at your side of things. And it's like, am I doing what these dudes are doing, or am I doing what my buddies are doing? Because it starts to get annoying, right? You start seeing all the posturing and the bravado and the peacocking. You're just like, this really sucks. What happened to just being friends and ever being cool? Everyone's like freaking, you go on a vacation with people, you come back and like the stories that you hear from the people that had the same vacation with you, and you're like, that did not happen. How are you guys? But I think it's something that we're conditioned to do, where we think like we have to make things more exceptional, more. Uh, I think it's like trying to outdo the other person. I think it's because of Hollywood. I think it's because we've been entertained so badly that our brains and our perception of things has been so skewed that we can't see the value in the simplicity of life. We have to act like we're a bunch of little kings and queens, and we're not that. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, old man, boiled it down to we're born in a bullshit culture, and most people are full of shit. That's the old man view. And
No, but it's true though. We can't
it
help
really
it.
is. Yeah, I
We
know.
can't.
And
We can't because of
we're
indoctrination.
conditioned, like you said, to be
Right.
like full of shit. We're like conditioned to be full of shit. It's like, please, in order to be a proper consumer as opposed to citizen, we want you to just get used to just spewing shit all the time. Okay, hey, that's a good consumer. Attaboy. Be
That's right.
obedient at the same time, please. Thank you. Yeah. I mean,
Got to
really,
have the
it was.
trophy wife, the big house, the fancy car, and
Oh,
then you're
yes.
one of us.
Adopt our value system completely, too.
That's
Yes.
right.
We want
Right.
you to have nothing but shallow values, shallow heroic ideas. We want your idea of heroism to be a bigger car. Yeah. Yeah. Buy it, motherfucker. Sorry. Oops. I didn't ask if we could swear on your thing. Sorry.
Well, nobody watches my shit anyway, so who gives a fuck?
Okay. I didn't mean to go over the line there. Sir. Sorry. Um, but
I
I
mean, they
get carried
don't. They
away.
really don't.
I once, wrote a song. Well, no, I played a song a friend wrote called "Work, Buy, Consume, Die." So yeah, it's that punk rock mentality of our youth.
That's right.
Our,
You're talking to two old punkers here, by the way.
you are talking to two old punkers for sure.
And I'm not just making that up. We're in punk bands. Just we might be a decade different, but I was in the hardcore thing. He was in the
Yeah. I was there for I went through many phases. I was the kid that never grew up. So everybody in my band was my age. Then everybody in my band was 10 years younger. Then everybody in my band was 20 years younger. Then everybody in my band was 30 years younger. And I was like, God, I am the kid that never grows up. What the hell's going on here? Like, am I, arrested development? Yes, apparently so, so that's my life. That's my entire music career. And so now I'm playing with kids 30 years younger because that's what I'm compatible with. I don't know how it all works, but that's how it works.
well, good for you. At least you have that still with you. So you know what I mean? It is. I mean, it's like that.
Yeah,
that part of my life has pretty much left me because of health issues.
I haven't picked up a stick in like 5 years, but see, that's changing this summer because a guy like me, the universe pressures me to play music and to write and play music. And if I just sit in a room, pressure will be applied to me to play music by the universe. And so that's happened, and I'm gonna play. I got a band. I got a project that we're going to take a shot at this summer here, and we'll see how it goes.
Nice.
It's one of those. Sure enough, I knew I would. I'm going to go back to it. I had a complete music career in my mind because my best friend Fred died after 42 years of playing together 5 years ago. And then he went to the Oregon Music Hall of Fame in November. And I'm just about ready to pick up a stick again. But, last 5 years, since Fred died, I haven't wanted to play. I think it's pretty normal to be like that,
Yeah. Well, I started last summer to pick up my acoustic guitar. I was a bass player for like 30 some years. And then when I was poisoned by the swine flu jibby jab back in 2009, it pretty much took me out of the game. And then I don't know, I just decided, but I always wanted to play the acoustic guitar and use it as just simply to write songs. But I just started to, like the summer, that's all I did the whole summer was play guitar. And I'm probably going to get back to doing that. And I'm sure after this interview, I'm going to be going down a few other directions, not just about. This is what I do, Henry. I go in chunks. So I'll do like 2 or 3 months of doing some full bore, and then if I try something else, I'll come back to it.
I do that. I mean, now that I'm getting used to being retired, and that's like, hey, freeform schedule. What are you doing?
Yeah. And the other thing I learned too from that is that the best way for me to learn, I can't compartmentalize. I need to like focus on a particular topic and go full bore until I burn myself out and go to the next topic. I can always come back, refresh myself. It's kind of like music. It's like when, writing an album, writing music, You put a bunch of time into it, maybe 2 or 3 months, maybe longer, depending. But that's all you're focused on, and then if you're real fortunate, you might go on tour or whatever. But then it's like then you take a break and before the next round of whatever it may be. So
Yeah,
that's how I
totally,
am.
man. Totally, totally. Same. I understand. Yeah, that kind of like, yeah. The old, this is what retired life is sort of like. Is you pick up a project and you're all over it for month or two, and then
Burn
put down.
yourself out and do the next thing.
Another project. Hey, I'll work on the shop this month. All right, man. So yeah, it's I understand that kind of thinking, that
Yeah, it's just
approach.
I
So,
can't do it any other way. Too linear, I guess, in my thinking. And these people that say they're multitaskers, I never could understand them. It seemed just like the person I had friends growing up. I had like a really good friend in high school who photographic memory went to MIT, full ride scholarship, right? Lots of friends are pretty brilliant, and knew what they wanted to do at my son's age. And I'm like, I'm now 56 and I still don't have a clue what I want to do with my life, except that I
oh,
just want to learn. So get up and learn something. That's about it. You know what I mean? But outside of that, I never could understand people who already as in their early teens or before they graduated from high school, they already had their
some
life all
people are
planned
like
out.
that. Yeah, some people are like that. They're just
Maybe it's
born.
family
They know what they
structure.
want to do. They just know what they want to do, and I'm a lot more like you. Well, yeah, I knew what I wanted to do, which was play music with Fred and make really weird music, but I had to have a day job. And I, of course, worked a million different jobs like all musicians, but I'm not, well, I had to fall back on my skill, which was, being, computer guy. So I was really into computers. I wanted to, boy, I'll tell you, we were talking about this before we went on air, but the super brief story is my career happened in biology because I was a computer guy and I used my computer skills and leveraged them to learn biology on the job. And the way that worked was the federal government has a huge operation monitoring the survival of smolts, and they call it the Smolt Monitoring Program. They monitor all the salmon in the Northwest that are attached to the Columbia on their migration out of the Columbia as babies. And so, this huge regional monitoring network for biology, they had always tried to get a biologist who was good with computers to be the guy that ran the whole thing, because you had all these scientists out at all these fish traps and you had all these contracts. It was a whole bunch of administration, incredible amount of computer work, biology. You were sampling ESA listed species. So you had to have all the biologists handle the fish just right and all kinds of biology
Hmm.
applied and expertise applied. You needed a whole bunch of, like you needed a brain trusted PhD biologist to do it, right?
Right.
And then you actually had to sign the Section 4 permit with NOAA, meaning your ass was in the sling if you fucked up and killed more than 2% of the fish you touched. So you were responsible for them. So, anyhow, they had always tried to get some great biologist who was good with computers to do that. But then all the regional biologists, all the big time guys in the Columbia Basin region said, we're not getting anywhere. We failed. So they picked me, this total computer freak who was good with all kinds of computer stuff, including all these ancient mainframes that they still had running, because the Corps of Engineers ran all these ancient mainframes and they needed somebody who knew microcomputers, mini computers, mainframes, networking, communications, antenna design, all kinds of RFID tags, just knew every goddamn thing they could think of. And I happen to have all those skills. I have so many weird skill sets from
Yeah, but where did you get that from? Back in
my
we're talking the 80s and the 90s, early 90s, and it's
I programmed my first computer in 1965 when
yeah,
I
but
was
okay, so
9 years old. I was 9 years old.
yeah, but how did you get the access to do that? Is that because you were a
I
military
built it.
brat?
No, yeah, well, I built a model of a Turing machine in 1965. I had a mechanical Turing machine based on his original mechanical design, and I programmed it to play tic-tac-toe in 1965 when I was 9 years old. And it was a model kit called Digicomp 1. And it was a weird model kit that I bought at the electronics store because I said, wow, look at that thing. That's totally cool. And then I learned how to program in binary immediately because it only understood binary. So immediately I learned Boolean logic and binary. And then I grew up with the entire computer revolution step by step from that point forward. And so, as PCs were first developed, I was one of the first people to ever have or touch them all along history since 1965. So, by 1997, I had, I'm like I had 50 years of computer experience programming computers. So that's where I got it. I mean, I worked, I played with computers my whole. I'm a geek. I'm Poindexter, the child. I'm actually that kid with the thick Coke bottle glasses, right?
Well,
Pocket.
I'm just simply asking, how does one in that time
Well,
period
that's so.
get the
The thing
access
is
to do
yeah,
that? You know what I mean? Because most
yeah. So I
people,
accumulated it through a lifetime experience of that kind of thing. So they said, we're going to take a computer guy and we'll teach him the biology. So I got this job, and I looked at my boss and I said, hey, is there fish school I can go to? Because I knew nothing about salmon biology in particular. And she looked at me and she said, this is fish school. And sure enough, I had to run this giant program and be responsible with for like I said, the error rate. If any fish got hurt, it was my fault. I was going to jail. So um, it was an incredible amount of responsibility. And that was my first big time gig. Then I ran 3 of those type regional programs. That was only my first regional monitoring program. And then I did it for 10 years. And then things multiplied. And because I was hanging out with nothing but world-class biologists 24/7 and
sure.
working for them and working with huge panels of scientists all the time. I learned science on the job. I became a biologist on the job till in fact I was co-writing peer-reviewed science papers. And here's the thing about scientists that I learned, which was strange. Once you actually publish peer-reviewed science that is accepted by everyone and they all start citing it and they peer review it and you're one of the gang, they cite your paper too. They could care less where you came from before that, whether or not you were a garbage man or you came from Princeton. They don't care. It's the science that matters. And once you actually do it, they don't care where you came from. And that was my shocking discovery because I'd always say, I only have a degree. I'm not a scientist. And they go, yes, you are. You're a scientist. We don't give a fuck where you came from. Like, look, you've made a contribution to science. And I'm like, yes, well, there is that. Yeah, exactly. So it's strange. And then, 30 years pass and all of a sudden you're the senior biologist around, So that's the thing is that it's strange how a weird computer geek who chases Bigfoot can actually become a real scientist by working for, the indigenous tribes and the feds for 30 years. But like I said, it was a unique position that allowed me to use my computer skills to just learn a whole new field. And that's what I told everybody I was doing at the time, too. So I would, because I was the big boss, see, I would go and do everybody else's job. I would just to see what they did so that I could write software and create stuff for them. So I would take all the grunt jobs. I'd work all the fish traps to see how they actually did it. I'd go out and do all the different biology jobs of everybody under me, just to see what their job was like. So I would do all the, all the grunt work and everything. I'd go out and do everything. And they go, why are you doing this? You're like the fucking chief. I go, well, I got to actually learn what this job is. And unlike you, I don't know what it is. so, they were like, oh, okay, cool. So everybody taught me as, when I went out in the field, they knew why I was there. Cause I was like, I need to know what you really do and how you do it and what's going on. So I used it as an opportunity as well, as good as best as I could to actually really learn biology, fish biology in particular. But it spreads into environmental biology, and then it spread into everything else.
Nice. Well, I can relate to it. So whether it was,
you're a bio guy. Yeah, you're a bio.
So, and of course, I was in the environmental consulting field. I had an opportunity to do some projects in the Maumee Bay and also on the Lake Erie. And so our issues are more of invasive species. That's what our issue is.
Right. No, I know you guys. See, I got to a point where I became a serious bureaucrat, right? We're talking Bureautron. And so I was a member of the Organization of Fish and Wildlife Information Managers, which means that your state Fish and Wildlife Information IT guy for your Fish and Wildlife Department and I probably had drinks together at a conference in like Texas.
So is this GNIS have any connection with what you're talking about?
No, it's genus. No, this is OFWIM, the Organization of Fish and Wildlife Information Managers. Yes.
Well, I guess what I should say was any of the programming that you did, does it trickle on or spread out to other programs throughout the country? You know what I'm saying? I think you know what I'm saying. You were
yeah. Well, the answer to that's really an octopus with a lot of tentacles.
Of course.
Because it spread out in different ways. Everything, actually, most of the stuff we developed has taken over the world. You are familiar with the PIT tag, perhaps? The passive integrated transponder tag? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the one that they use for tracking
all your animals.
Yes. Okay. Are you part of that? Are you?
We developed it. We developed it out here. Yeah, because the big money was here. You see, this is where the money, because of the Columbia River and the dams, millions and millions of dollars were on both sides of the question of the fish versus the dams. Still are, right? Billions of dollars are on both sides. Money's so big, it drove the development of the PIT tag so that we started tagging the fish with these RFID tags so we could get really precise data. Because the money's so big, both sides hired staffs of actuaries to actually do the calculations. So things got so sophisticated in the math war that we needed better and better, more precise data to argue about. And we needed to agree upon the data sets that we fought over. So we created a central PIT tag database and said, this is where all the PIT tag data resides. And we all could then just fight over it. But it forced the whole field to avoid extreme positions. Right now in the Bigfoot field, we have very extreme positions. We have the apers, we have the woo-woo guys, right? Two opposite ends of the continuum. there's no data in the middle. No one agrees on any data. No one agrees on anything. This was the
Well, that's
same.
because everyone's operating on dogmas and belief
Yeah, yeah.
systems
Well,
and
it's
stuff.
ideology and stuff.
You're right.
But in the fish science world, we had the same problem, and we came together enough to agree these RFD tags will be data. And we said, okay, these are the RFD tags. We will tag these fish, and we will, both sides will agree, this is the data we will interpret. And it forced everybody to get more reasonable in their interpretations and their positions, because we all said, okay, we're going to agree about something. We're going to agree that this is data right here. Your interpretation and your results, that's you. But here, this is the data we agree on, you know. And I hope for the day when the Bigfoot field gets there, someday in 1,000 years. You know?
Yeah, for 1,000 years, we get the right technology to actually deal with interdimensional beings or whatever the heck we're doing. So,
Yeah,
hey,
well,
but let's swing back there. So, with this pit tag thing, this whole idea, we have the technology. If there is and we should have the technology at this point to be tracking a breeding population of Sasquatch somewhere.
no way. No way.
Hold on, based on what our technology today and animals, we should, with satellites, with all the different technology, we should be able to. So my question is, why aren't we? Why can't we do it? What's going on? Why can't we get to that point so that we can satisfy the flesh and blooders? You know, the people that insist that it has to be solely flesh and blood. If it's solely flesh and blood, terrestrially, we do have enough technology and we've had 67 years of doing this stuff with some brilliant minds, behind it all, that there should be something going on to prove it. If it's solely just flesh and blood. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure what you're asking me with something going on there. Like, why don't satellites see them?
No, I'm saying with all the technology that we have in 2024, and if there was a strictly flesh and blood being called Sasquatch running around in North America or in Eurasia, because there's a lot of brilliant scientists and a lot of brilliant technology in Eurasia as well. We're not like the center of the world as much as we like to believe. There should be some kind of technology right now that demonstrates somewhere, somehow, that we have a breeding, slowly flesh and blood population of Bigfoot.
So that's like one of those things where you make a whole bunch of assumptions and then you solve a problem based on a whole bunch of assumptions. The assumption that there is some kind of
you got to
flesh
start
and
somewhere.
blood body. Yeah. So, hey, the assumption that their body is like ours is assumption one that I would take issue with.
And I would too as well. And I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just asking.
And so then assumption two, the assumption that we have technology that somehow is better than their technology. No, I think our technology is designed to not see them, actually, is what I think. So good luck.
Our technology is designed specifically not to see them?
Yeah.
Is this because of the influence of said Sasquatch, as we're saying, or some other entities involved? Or, well, I mean, why?
It's the stories I've been told by the nuclear engineer I worked with.
Right.
The SEAL nuclear engineer. He told me, I mean, now I can tell you this stuff rather than answer your question with the same old answer. Because, man, I got 50 answers ready for that are true, but don't tell you anything. So
there's a lot of that in the Bigfoot world.
I'm like a sports guy. I can just say nothing. Hey, woo, hey, charge. Yeah, nothing.
And on the other side is guilty as well. So it's almost like this Hegelian dialectic has been foisted upon us to deliberately
Yes,
confuse our asses.
I totally agree, sir. Man. Anyhow, sorry, I've forgotten the question. Damn it. So, could you remind me what we were talking about?
We were talking about technology that we have today, and then and why can't we use that
Oh,
technology
right. I
to,
remember where I was
to
going.
track
Right.
these
I
these?
remember where I was going.
Okay, okay,
Forgot. Okay. So, night vision technology, both kinds, the infrared technology and the light enhancement technology or light amplification technology, both was co-developed with them, involved in it. Those are two things my friend worked on with them. And he told me stories about how the infrared had been battle tested. That was his phrase. In the Pacific Northwest, specifically designed to not reflect the energy frequencies that they reflect, so that in fact we wouldn't see them. And if you look closely at forward looking infrared at FLIR devices made by the FLIR Corporation in Portland, Oregon, you see that they have a very low frequency infrared device and a high frequency infrared device. Two different devices. The thermal devices are high frequency, and I think the other, I forget why they have two, but they do. And there's a huge space in the infrared spectrum in between them. And
right.
I have kidded around with the FLIR engineer and said, hey, look at that. There's a big space in between your two infrared detector bandwidth frequencies. And he said, well, there's no information there. And I said, oh, oh yeah, that's funny. Funny phrase, no information. So, yes, I'm saying that. Plus, it gets much weirder than that. Weirder. I mean, that's just the surface. That's just the top of the puddle. Maybe I should say more. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, say more. I actually got a little distracted with some of the comments.
Take a chip that is like gallium arsenide, I think is what they use for infrared detectors. I mean, basically, it's a chip and it's getting hit with radiation. So there's a frame grabber because radiation is just streaming in to the lens, and somewhere it winds up on a square plate. A frame grabber turns it from the stream to the square.
Mm-hmm.
That frame grabber software in the firmware, if it was designed such that when the energy bandwidth frequency, it just has to be a frequency that you don't want to see arrives, repeat the last frame. So because this is happening thousands, down very quickly, right? 30 times a second, 50, 60, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You don't notice that 2-3 frames repeat because they just repeat and it goes on. And if every single chip in every single infrared camera made for the public does that, you're never going to see certain things. But of course, that would be a really paranoid conspiracy theory now, wouldn't it? And we would have to dig down in the firmware of every infrared chip and start looking to see if they have a repeat algorithm when a certain frequency is detected. That would be what to look for. So, as crazy as this sounds, I heard
That doesn't
that's
sound
how it.
crazy at all to me. Or does that
Okay,
sound?
I heard
Why does
from
that sound
my
crazy?
friend. My friend said that's how it was done.
Okay.
And he actually said, things had been battle tested here where they went out in the field specifically to make sure infrared stuff did not see Bigfoot. So, and it was our military that did that. So the military issue may actually see them. I don't know, but non-military does not see them, according to my friend. So
with infrared.
Right, with infrared. With infrared. Now, there's other things they've done. They've done the same thing to the satellites. So, believe it or not, when the NSA itself gets information from the satellite, and they're the highest, most cleared, secretive of all time, NRO, NSA, it's already been filtered. They do not get the raw data, incredibly enough. So our satellites do not see them because there's actually Big Brother's bigger brother who we cooperated with when we put them up there. So much like our local infrared, on a global scale, our satellites do not see them. And that's how they can operate all over.
Well, let me ask you, how do you think the public would react if all they saw all day long were images of these entities all around us, which I do believe they're all around us?
Yeah. I don't know how the public's see. I'm letting them handle the public reaction thing.
I think I think we have a safe bet of how the public's going to react.
Well, I think they're breaking the public in slow, just like this. They're worried if we all find out at the same time. So let's find out bit by bit. Like, let's let this group find out, that group. If we find out in chunks, it won't be so disruptive. That's my opinion.
Well, then let's tie this in with what you talked earlier about the how technology is shrinking and shrinking to the point of this nanotechnology, in which if you look at the cyborgs, that they really do want to make us, but maybe that's part of the waiting for that moment when they can turn the general populace into cyborgs, so that they cannot.
I don't think that's where they're going. Maybe somebody's trying to go there, but that's not where our farthest friends are going at all. I don't think. No, we grow up when we get down that small. When we get that small, we cross the boundary into subspace underneath the Planck length, and we run into all the other intelligent species in the universe.
Now you talk about when we turn into that, because you said in that interview at the very end, you said that Sasquatch is a ball of energy, and so are we. Is that what you're talking about?
No. That's true. There's so many different angles you can look at it, but yeah, everything's a ball of energy, really. I mean, consciousness creates everything, so everything is in fact a ball of energy. But no, I'm not talking about that. I think I need to get do you mind if I get a quick glass of water? My throat's really dry.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've been doing this for an hour. Let's take a 5-minute break. I'll play some music. I'll come back and we'll have the second half. Is that okay?
Beautiful, man. Okay.
All right. The rest of you guys just hold on tight. We'll play some.
Be right back.
Play some cool music, and then we're done with that. And it's going to take us all over the place, this conversation. But it is what it is. Let's see. What do I want to play this time? I want to play some. I'm going to play something. I like Wizard Tattoo. Let's do it that. Let me stop there and let's play this. I don't know if he's going to like it, but I'm going to like it. Market sick. Let's see what's going on here. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I know what's going on. First of all, that's what I'm doing wrong.
Oh, well, sir, can you hear me?
Certainly can. So I'm going to read this real fast. Uh, Dominic, thank you for joining us. Of course, Sovereign Cosmic Wildman. And Martin Stitz, Hominid Cadema. Is that what it is? Cadema? Who else did I forget to say hi to? Of course, Dogman TP Hunting, if you're still here. So the thing is, I want to read this out of Henry's book. And it's a quote from Tesla. And I find this one interesting for myself. My father was a very learned man. He had an answer for every question, but this phenomenon was new even to him. Well, in quotes, he finally remarked, quote, "This is nothing but electricity, the same thing you see through trees in a storm." My mother seemed to be charmed. "Stop playing with this cat," she said. "He might start a fire." But I was thinking abstractedly, is nature a giant cat? If so, who stroked its back? It can only be God, I concluded. Here I was, only 3 years old, and already philosophizing. Find that fascinating. But the part I like the part, Henry, is this. When he says, "This is nothing but electricity, the same thing you see through the trees in a storm." I don't know if that means anything to you, but it means something a whole lot to me. And that reminds me of your story about when your first, I guess, encounter with what you believe to be a Sasquatch, in which you, you said your hair stood up like Albert Einstein, and the hair on your arms is sticking up. This static electrical force. What do you think's connected? What's the connection, do you think?
Electricity, energy. um, Everything's energy, right? I mean, it's a simple connection. E equals MC squared. Everything's made out of energy. Matter is just slowed energy, right? It's just bundled up, but it's energy. And we are too. It's simple enough, right? I mean, the
It's, yeah, I mean, my first encounter with a Bigfoot, Sasquatch, when I stand next to a Crow Indian medicine man back in 2017 in summer of that year, as it was crawling up the ravine, I saw two of them. And the one and a couple things, and it connected with what you were saying. First thing is, it appeared as if the one to the left, as it rose up, and then all of a sudden, because it was on the other side of the ravine, and there was a large tree that had been broken off, running across parallel in that ravine, and somehow it got from there to our side of the ravine, and eventually got 15 feet in front of us. So, and when we got that close, we don't think I noticed. But first thing he said, he saw eye shine, for whatever it's worth. Secondly, I noticed that every fiber in his body, every hair on its body shimmered like electricity or static electricity is running through it. And not only that, from him going from one side of the ravine, it had to go either jump over the tree and the branches that still had leaves on it, or it had to go through it. Either case, you bring it up, that it go through it, the trees, but you don't hear.
no sound.
No sound at all. Now, when you brought that up, I'm like, well, that's exactly what I'm going through. Whatever anybody else wants to say about me, that's what I'm going through. That's what I'm seeing from my research.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I've tried to explain to people lately. Like, you know, what I try to explain about the superforce, the Planck energy, let's call it the Planck force, because that's what physics calls it right now. They
Right.
call it the Planck force. The Planck force is a standing wave. You're a musician. It's a standing wave. It's a perfect pitch and equal waves and like a jump rope, perfect standing wave pattern. My comfort. So we, our consciousness, your awareness, your eyes, your head, you're part of that standing wave. And so is everything outside of you. This whole world, this whole universe, it's written on the standing wave. And so are you. You're just a human being, but you're written on the same damn standing wave. One fabric of one standing wave at one frequency. That happens to be the sort of energy basis for everything. So
Yeah, could you put your mic closer to your mouthpiece?
yeah, let me see what's wrong with my.
That sounds a lot better. Whatever you just did there.
Oh, okay. I put it closer. There.
That's what it needed to be. So.
All right.
Good.
Okay. Yeah. Anyhow, we're all energy. We're like, there's nothing but this fabric, and all of matter and energy and momentum that we know as the universe is written upon this background standing wave. When you get out of phase with that standing wave, since that standing wave is also your mind, what I claim is that Bigfoot can get out of phase with the standing wave. They can, just like a musician, they can go rubato or accelerando, Mr. Musician, sir. They can take the BPM, the straight time signature. Okay, we're going at 170, and they can drop it to 160 or go up to 180. And when they do that, they move like you saw. You saw that, in my opinion, when it jumped across the river. Did it go through the tree or around? Whatever way it went without a sound. Because
no thud. It jumped. There was naturally no thud.
It stepped outside of the boundaries of the geometry of space-time for that split second, because it got out of phase with this standing wave. And that's all they have to do is just like tweak their own head standing wave one iota, and they can just move frictionlessly in all dimensions. So they can move frictionlessly. Boy, I'm having trouble with that word. Time for a glass of water.
Well, you're there. You're spending too much time with me.
They can move like that, and because what we're talking about is energy. Yeah, there's a lot of maybe electricity associated with that, or static electricity, because as Tesla said, what you're talking about is if this Planck force, faster than light, is moving through everything all the time, what Tesla claims is that friction occurs, that all energy we see in this dimension, the sun, electricity, everything we're looking at, is just friction as this faster than light wave passes through every point in space-time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Tesla says. He says all visible energy is just one tiny bit of what energy is. It is just the frictional byproduct of all these rays ripping through us all the time that go faster than light. Every once in a while, one bumps into something, and that's all the energy we see in our universe. That's what Tesla was saying. So that's why you get the static electricity, because in essence, these creatures are that faster than light energy now, and oh yes, it's got a static charge. Anyhow,
that I've witnessed and you felt. And I also noticed too that there's also a correlation with the trees. So the trees themselves generate static electricity. And this is something that's been actually they're thinking right now. There's several places. One in particular is one in Italy, and they're trying to figure out how to harness the less static electricity that comes from the trees. It's particularly when the leaves and the branches rub against each other, and the trees rub against each other in the forest. And it produces a lot of static electricity that you can actually run a light bulb off of a tree with it. So they're trying to figure out how can we harness that. And I find a connection, at least in my observations, with trees and what we call Sasquatch and other entities. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I know there's something going on there. I don't know. I just make guesses. My guess is, yeah, they they hang out in the trees. They turn into the trees sometimes. One Indian friend of mine told me, count the trees. And what he was talking about is when you walk somewhere and you walk back, count the trees in both directions. And you'll notice that the counts don't match sometimes. And so they often turn into trees. And I know this. And that came from an Indian, actually a Navajo. That was a Navajo friend of mine. So maybe that only happens in the Southwest. I don't know, but I doubt it. But he told me that little tip. And I found that a very helpful Sasquatch tip, by the way. I also, since they can look like anything, I'm not so I'm not so sure what they do with trees. Sometimes I think they're elevators because
is it all right? Hold on a second. I got a sound effect for that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Elevator. I agree with you.
go into the trees and like go to another dimension because like the trees are stable in multiple dimensions. My guess is based on this idea. When you look at the DNA of a Douglas fir, you look at the DNA of a human being. The DNA of a human being has 3 billion base pairs, roughly, right? The DNA of a Douglas fir has 20 billion base pairs. The Douglas fir is a much more complicated organism than we are, genetically speaking. I mean, what would that be? 6 times as complicated, roughly 6.5.
Yeah.
So, what's going on with the trees, man? Like why do they have all that information?
Well, my observation, and if we tie it in with the First Nation lore, and I'm big chunk of me is Ojibwe, and
Oh,
my
wow.
ancestors talk about that they come out of the trees, and then we talk about the tree. Okay, so and then from my own experience and what I'm dealing with multiple sclerosis and the deterioration of the myelin sheath and this webbing, and that this world has a webbing itself, like we talk about the spider web. And if you just think the correlations, so how do I say this? So the trees are, to me, are like there's a connection between the underworld, the middle world, which we walk upon, and the upper world, the atmosphere. And they seem to me to be the neurons of this place, just like we have our own neurons that cover us.
Yes,
And the
yes.
trees are like a type of a webbing that when you look at it that way, and then the trees will start to become much more significant and important to this creation, and how we might start thinking about how we're managing it and abusing it for one thing. But and so what I've noticed is it's not just Sasquatch, because I'm filming multiple different entities. And if you have a decent enough camera today, like I use a P900, you can film multiple things during the day. And once you can develop your eyes and distinguish between pareidolia and that which is clearly sticking out there like a sore thumb, there seems to be they're using these entities, these beings, these energies. We want to call them spirits, you want to call them whatever you want to call them, interdimensional beings, whatever, beings of light, of energy. They seem to use when you brought that up, you and I never had this conversation, but I've been telling my audience this for quite a while, for at least over a year now. Damien can tell you that they use a tree as an elevator, as like a highway.
That's my guess. That's a guess on my part. Yeah, but I think so.
I mean, I'm filming it, what it looks like it. You know what I mean? And here's another thing too. There's times where with the right gadgets and all that, you can even see an emission of some kind of radiation. I also noticed another thing with my research is a lot of times those places where I film stuff or have encounters that for whatever reason, maybe it exhausts a lot of that the life force of these trees, but soon after they die.
The
They literally
trees
die.
die?
The trees die. Yeah, a big
After
portion.
what happens to them?
After
After
I
they
have filmed stuff or have encounters or some kind of event that the trees die.
Oh,
Like it's almost like a radiation type of poisoning or some kind of just that's probably not the best way to say it, radiation poison, but something happens in which the trees just end up dying. And then,
weird, man. I don't know anything about that.
well, I know it's just the thing. What I discovered, and this is why the more and more I do this, Henry, the more and more I realize I'm on my own with this, because the Bigfoot community don't want to talk about this way. No one wants to talk this way. But when you start doing your own thing and start doing your own research, you start finding things that go there that contradict a lot of what whether it's the official mainstream narratives or even this just the group think, the hive mind mentality. And it's like, listen, I'm bringing this stuff up. Maybe you guys ought to check into this, see what's going on. Maybe you might see the same thing happening. But getting anybody to cooperate and do their own research is similar to this absolute nightmare. So I don't think it's going to happen. It might happen, but it's not. It's going to take a long time. Let's put it that way, because we have to get a lot of things out of our head first, and we start thinking more scientifically and not so dogmatically or you know what I mean.
Hopefully, I can help. I'm trying to extend a helping hand. Here, my helping hand. Yes, I am. I'm trying, but yeah. No, the thing is I put out a couple videos today, which are pretty good at explaining the outlines of my ideas and the proof that I bring forth from evidence seekers, which is I explain to you how relativity should work. Unfortunately, evidence seekers, you're not going to get that. But the thing is that, like I said, I'm trying to show you how my ideas have a fuse. They'll be tested, I hope, soon. And they're not my ideas either. And
We want to talk about. Would you like
I
to talk
feel
about
like this. Here's the deal. This is the shock for you guys, okay? Here's where I'm at. I pulled out a sheet of paper out of my desk the other day, and it was Cliff Barrickman's first report ever when he was in high school. And he sent in a track report. He found a track in San Diego when he was in high school. And he sent it to a guy who sent it to Peter Byrne, who gave it to me. And this was in 1993. And I could not tell Cliff Barrickman about my friend and about what was going on with the ICBMs and our combined efforts as two cultures that have combined forces into a collaborative entity. And I could not talk to him about that whatsoever. And Jeff Meldrum got his goddamn hooks into him and turned him into the foremost aper of the globe. And I feel like shit because of that. There you have it, Bigfooters.
So, there's this thing that's out there that I bring up quite often to people, and that is the thing called weaponization of anthropology. And it's a real thing, and unfortunately, we whether we realize this or not, we're all being victimized by it in many ways.
And I think I might have moved beyond their victimization myself, but yeah, they're No, I'm not. They're not bothering me anymore. No. Oh
All
well.
right. Well, then you're one of the exceptions. That's for
I
sure.
am. I am. No, but they do annoy me though. I mean, coming back to talk to you guys, the OG Bigfooter that helped found this whole thing, to show up 30 years later and see the state of affairs. Yeah, I'd really like to, help out and maybe straighten up this town because boy, things have uh, things have really disintegrated into a chaos here.
Yeah. I definitely think that people new to this. I mean, may not. There are some people have been around for a long time, or definitely are. But this weaponization of anthropology. You talk about Jeff Milgram for one. I mean, it's just you can see it. I can see it happening. That there's no way you're not allowed to think outside the box. You can't think outside this materialistic um, system. And if anything that interferes with that or is objectionable, then you have to throw it out. But the problem is if we're going to go to the next phase of our discovery and understanding, whether it comes to technology, understanding this world, then we have to be willing to look outside the box. And right now, they're not. Although maybe it seems to be slowly happening, and you say as well that things seem to be slowly being revealed. But maybe that's the case that eventually, if we're still walking in this plane of existence, we might see some real progress when it comes to looking outside the box. I don't know.
I'm hoping I'm hoping to push it forward. I'm hoping to push for psychic change. And I always boil it down to something really simple because I've been through this really so many more times than you could possibly imagine. And it's this: truth lasts, bullshit fades. Place your bets, take your chances.
Well, from my observation, when it comes to the topic of Sasquatch or Bigfoot, uh, that the flesh and blood crowd, you're being faded out. You're being phased out. Is what's happening. You're not quite there yet because you're not willing to broaden your horizons. I also do think there's a little damage being done too from the woo crowd and taking it too far with this new age stuff and kind of abandoning too much of the scientific method in its own right. But eventually that will be settled out too, I imagine, at some point. But it is what it is. When you deal with stuff like this, everyone comes with their biases, their prejudices, and unless we're willing to challenge those and look past them and readjust and adapt, then we end up becoming very dogmatic, fundamentalist, and become very religious-like. And it's on both sides. I mean, you can claim that you're actually operating, say, the scientific method, but you yourself can't prove that. You can't demonstrate it. The only thing you can do, and not say you particular, Henry, I'm talking about those that are in the flesh and blood crowd. As you could say the same thing when you could extreme left of the woo crowd, you're just as much doing the same thing as well. So I think we need to get more centered about what's going on here, figuratively and literally speaking. I don't know, what do you think, Henry?
I think I'm going to be a cannonball and I'm going to jump in the middle of the pool and blow the fuck out of all of you motherfuckers.
Okay,
Wait,
man.
no, that's evil Henry. Wait a minute. No, kind Henry. Wait. No, kind Henry doesn't want to do that. No, kind Henry wants to share and help because it's community and he wants to be a nice guy. But no, I'm been working on that problem longer than you've been born, probably. So I think I'm doing the best I can to, in fact, approach it right now and straighten everybody out and try to at least.
Are you talking to me, or are you talking about the crowd there?
I'm talking about the crowd. No,
Okay.
you seem to be an enlightened soul, sir.
Thank you.
No, I'm
right.
looking. The fact that I look, truth lasts, bullshit fades. Over time, I think people will come to appreciate me. They do not appreciate me here in the Bigfoot world. They appreciate me in many other worlds, scientific worlds. Um, hey, I've spent my life working at a think tank. Am I a dumb shit? No. So, you guys will come around. Time is on my side. You will all sound like me one day. That's what's going to happen to you. Right now, you're fighting it. You will be assimilated. Yep, that's coming your way, buddies. You can resist. Resistance is futile. The woo people will win. The ape people will hit the dead end that they are headed for at full speed. I just have to wait it out.
Why do
Time is on my
we
side.
have
I don't
to?
care. I don't have to prove anything.
So why do we
Time will
have
prove
to?
it out, you know?
So Henry, why do we have to adopt this label "woo" crowd?
I don't know. That's new since I left town, 30 years ago, that wasn't something people said. 30 years later, you've got got a lot of reasons for it. I think the primary thing about calling somebody woo has to do with removing empathy and compassion from the equation. In other words, you don't want to be compassionate and empathetic with that person. You want to label them something ridiculous and not serious. They're not serious people. Why they're woo, they're Fruit Loops in the head. Why they're wing nuts. Yes, that's what you want to do. You want to judge quick, and you want to do that. And so by saying woo, you take the observer and you dismiss the observer as a fruit by just using one word. It's very simple. And you remove all empathy and compassion, like, that can't be a human being that saw that Bigfoot and is trying to tell the truth about seeing the Bigfoot and going, wow, my God, I saw the Bigfoot. And it does something weird, like jump across the river, maybe through this tree without a sound. And then they go, oh, man, woo guy. That just diminishes the observer to a piece of shit. And that's a strategy that those motherfuckers have.
That
And I
hominids have.
hate them for it. I hate them
Well, it's
for
part of
it.
the Hegelian dialect because it's the same thing on both sides of flesh and blood,
But
right?
this isn't the same thing. They have it on both sides, because when they call something an ape, they're doing the same thing on their side. They're
It's true.
diminishing what they're looking at. They're not diminishing the observer anymore. Woo diminishes the observer. You, the observer, you're a piece of shit. But ape, that diminishes what you're looking at. It's a dumb fucker. It's an ape. It's an animal. It's not a intelligent human being or above. No, it can't possibly be that. It's a fucking dirty little ape fucker. So, it's the same thing.
It is crazy. The more you
They
look into
remove
this,
any empathy and compassion from the idea. You can't be compassionate with a dirty little fucker, an ape, an animal. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Compassion, empathy for an animal? What is that? Let's shoot the fucker. So
so
they
Raptor,
use the labels to remove all empathy and compassion from the whole thing on both sides, ape and woo. So to see the field now use that in your terms as the Hegelian dialectic,
that's right.
like it's basically, well, we'll say abuse A or abuse B. Here, we'll dehumanize the observer. Now we'll dehumanize the observed. Hey, great. Okay, that's a great Hegelian dialectic right there. What's the synthesis of that, huh? I mean,
Division, confusion.
yeah, it's fucked up. So I think their framework is designed to perpetuate their horse shit.
I think so
That's
too.
my basic view.
Now, I wanted to just because Raptor, just a couple of people have lots of questions, but Raptor, he's like the dude who's been showing up on my channel. He's kind of like the skeptic, the critic always shows up, right? So, and I don't have any issue with him. But he says, does this guy, referring to you, have any proof of what he's talking about? How would you go about it? How would you go?
Seen part 2 of the video yet of Flash of Beauty today?
I haven't. Are you asking him in particular?
Yeah, I'm asking him. Raptor
No.
Crazy. You seen part 2 of the Flash of Beauty video?
So, well, let's see. Maybe I can find that.
It's for members only today. It'll come out in public for free in the next couple days by March 6th.
Well, I also
Watch
think
that video. Watch that video, and then give me some. Then we'll talk about proof, motherfucker. Thank you. Okay.
I also think we're in a dilemma too, Henry, and that is a lot of people. And I think it's not such an unreasonable thing to ask, because until I had my own experiences and started doing my own thing and started doing my own research, I was in the same camp. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Because it just, and most, and there's a lot of.
What do you want evidence for? What do you want it? What do you want? What do you want?
We're talking about Raptor, or you're talking about me?
Anybody.
For me, I wanted to know when I started out. Well, first of all, when I started out 7 years ago, is to prove that the Sasquatch was a government psyop and just another one of those endless, lines of BS that another narrative just to confuse the crew. The people, but within 6 months, I'm having encounters with what looks just like what people call Sasquatch, and it's not just me alone. And no, this guy lost his pants out in the. Oh, come on, man! Just don't be harassing now. If you don't want me to block you, man, come on, man. Don't be a dick, right? It's fair to ask questions. Another thing to be a jerk about it. You know what I mean? So, and the thing is, and until I had those encounters, and then I had to go through the spiraling like chaos, because I had to deal with the flesh and blood crowd for a long time. They're extremely abusive to me because I was trying to tell them, listen, this is my experience. This is what I saw. I don't care what you guys say. I'm not lying to you. There's no point to lie to you. What am I going to get out of this when I'm telling you that I seen the damn thing come out of a tree? I seen it go through a tree. I seen it pop out of the ground. I've seen all sorts of things. And the difference, I think the difference is, except that I'm turning into a ghost here tonight, is that I went out and did my research. I realized within about 4 or 5 months into doing, I was interviewing like MK Davis and others, and I realized I was not going to know what the hell was going on until I actually did the field research. I had to go out myself and do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then putting the pieces together.
Important. I think that's actually a key point, if I may. You have to find out yourself. This whole thing is between yourself and them. And in fact, and you guys aren't going to really appreciate this, this whole thing is a search for pieces of yourself, because your soul inside is the same thing you're walking around in. That huge universe, that earth, that local reality, that's the same thing that you are inside. That's your subconscious out there that you're walking around and shooting Bigfoot in, okay? You are actually finding pieces of yourself when you find Bigfoot out in the world. You don't understand that yet, but that's actually all you're doing. You are looking for pieces of your own self, and you think it's Bigfoot that you're looking for. But actually, you're looking for your own subconscious. You are looking for you. And so I know that might sound a little Eastern to you knuckle dragon dudes, but that's really what it is. That's what's going on from one point of view. Do I have proof? Well, I explained that I have scientific proof in the form of science that I believe should be examined by legitimate physicists to see if it indeed is the scientific revolution I say have brought back from my conversations with them and my friend. And I think I'm not giving you pseudoscience, but the real thing. And I explain why. And furthermore, I explain my bullshit has a time limit. It has a fuse. You can ignore me for 5, 10, 20 years, something like that. But in 5, 10, 20 years, technology is going to get to the Planck length, and you'll know if I'm full of shit or not. So if you hate what I have to say right now and go, no, he doesn't have proof. Look, that's because you don't understand the science that I'm trying to hand you. I'll go, look, here, can you understand this modified general relativity equation? This ought to prove it to you guys. But I realize who I'm talking to. You guys may not be able to get that. Plus, I might be crazy. So I'm going to run it by my actual physicist friends and see if I am crazy. So I'll get back to you on that. I may even come back to you even harder than I do now. That's probably what I will do. But the thing is that regardless of that, 5, 10, 25 years, whatever it is, I'm hoping it's very soon. We're going to hit the Planck length, and boom, you're going to know, because everything that Einstein predicts in my modified equation is predicted to hit the fan when we reach that size in our technology. Then you will know all the stories I'm talking about Bigfoot, because not only that, what my theory says is then you run into Bigfoot. That's when you meet them face to face. You smack into them because they're playing around with the Planck length all the time. And so once you start playing around with it too, the two cultures are going to intersect, no doubt. And we have to deal with them. So it's just a little bit of time that you have to cut me some slack. Like maybe you can ignore the shit out of me. I don't care, because I'm not here to actually convince the public. I want to convince some key people and my friends. I got some people I got to talk to about this. That's more important to me as a retired old guy who's quite happy retired than impressing the public and becoming some kind of YouTube star. I don't want to be the unfamous, unpopular Tom DeLonge, okay? That's not what I'm looking for, guys. So, if you can actually understand the math that I'm trying to present, which I'm trying to dumb it down to a 10-year-old level, because I think a 10-year-old can understand it. That's something I actually firmly believe. It's not that hard. I don't know what is holding you up other than your own beliefs, fears, and ego. So, take a look at it. Give me a shot, you please. Or maybe not. I mean, whatever. I've got burnt out on the Bigfoot community in the year 2000. I told you all to fuck off. 22 years,
I tell you
23
what,
years later,
I'm about ready to
I'm
do that
back
again.
23 years later, okay? But you don't understand. I created the infrastructure that you are now using. I created the very first Bigfoot discussion group like this, and had the very first discussion of flesh and blood versus woo. The very first 8 years of that shit. And believe me, after 8 years of being the one and only admin in all of the internet of the only Bigfoot group that existed, I am beyond exhausted with your shit, apers. And then I became a scientist for 30 years and actually did real biology and became world famous in my field. I could crush Meldrum like a fucking bug if we had who has the bigger dick in science contest, okay? Want to have a pissing match with Meldrum? Fuck you guys. So the thing is that now I'm this giant imposing creation. I actually have scientific credibility because I've run all these huge federal programs. I come back to the Bigfoot world. I take the same shit I took when I was a baby. And let me tell you something, guys. I know something now. I've been through the wars. I almost got killed trying to find Bigfoot. So I'm not ready to take any shit from anybody. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. But if you're not nice to me, fucking die. I came through the punk rock world. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You know, that's how simple it is.
So, a raptor, are you really 6 years old? And if you are 6 years old, then
67. I am 67.
no. Raptor is saying he's 6 years old. If you are 6 years old, then we got some issues about you being in this room. That's for sure. You have no business. This is supposed to. I make it very
No,
clear
I
that
mean,
it's not for
I
child.
invented the fucking community of Bigfoot, and then I told them all to go to hell because I was tired of taking shit from morons. The
I don't
worst
blame you,
thing in
man.
my life, the worst thing in my life, the thing I hate the most of all things is taking shit from morons. So I'm not cut out to be a YouTube chat guy because when I see somebody like Raptor Crazy, I go, moron. I don't want to take shit from no fucking moron. Fuck you, fucker. So, I mean, it's simple. I don't want to spend any more thought than that. I don't want to deal with you on any kind of like actual, I answer your question level. You're an asshole. I can tell it immediately. I don't care if you're 6 years old, whatever you are. Assholes can be any age, you know.
Well, I do think that having someone like Raptor in there is not a bad thing, in one sense, because what it does, hopefully, it makes one like a person like a Raptor to self reflect and say, "Where's my evidence? Where's my evidence in all this?" Because you should come to this point, like I did, and anybody else is rational in this journey, and realize you cannot. You're right. You can't count on other people's stories. You can't. You have to go out and start to become. And I believe that everybody can apply the scientific method the best they possibly can. There's certain limitations, of course, but there's certain things that you can do to start finding out if there's any truth to what I'm saying or what Henry's saying or what Phil said and what's going on in England or what Sovereign Cosmic Wildman is what he's saying what's going on in the coast of Southern California and on the beaches. You can find out. You can do the research. You might actually get greater information. You might actually help clarify some things. Because to a lot of us, it's still. We clearly understand. Anybody that's doing this for a while knows there's more going on than meets the eye. That's something that's pretty. I mean, unless you're in total denial or you've got too much invested in something as far as money or reputation, or you're afraid to lose all that. If you're honestly investigating and searching when it comes to the topic of Bigfoot, it's for you not to come to this realization that there's more going on than flesh and blood. That we're dealing with something that's far beyond our understanding. Most of us are understanding, at least. And that maybe we need to broaden our horizons and not cause ourselves to be missing the bigger picture, which I think that's what's happening overall across the board for the most part. And I think that having a guy like Henry come out and bring out this stuff, and even if you don't understand, so if he talks about the physics, well, we showed some stuff. I'll put in a link again. There's theories of everything with Kurt Jem Mungal. I got a video you can start out with too. Start learning about this stuff. Start, looking into it. Start studying.
Actually, that's my hope. Let me say another. May I add on to your point? Sorry for interjecting.
Oh, go ahead. You're my guest.
Yeah, my goal isn't to convince you of something. My goal is to get you to take a hard look at something, or hopefully take a look at something. I mean, what I'm saying in a lot of my, hey, where's the proof, is go back and take a hard look at Salvatore Payas's patents that the Navy recently put into the public domain and released royalty-free patents on new technologies. And that's specifically what I'm talking about, because all those patents are spin-offs of what I've been describing throughout this video and what I'm trying to explain to you. So my goal at the moment is kind of like hey, take a look at Dr. Salvatore Payas's videos there, and really ponder them and think about them, because it's a scientific revolution that's being handed to you on a silver platter by the U.S. military right now, and they're trying to capitalize and expand our commerce as usual. And it involves Bigfoot technology. Yes, I'll associate Bigfoot with that, right? You don't see any association with Bigfoot from Salvatore Payas. He does not talk about Bigfoot. I do, but I am the one that says, no, actually, this is the same thing. So that's all I'm really arguing here, guys, is take a good, hard look at his work, because it's been dismissed as pseudoscience. It's been dismissed as, uh, you
Uh,
know,
all right.
some kind of plot, evil, sorry, cat interference. The And I'm just, I'm a punk rocker, and I say, no, guys, I'm a punk rocker that's like sharp enough in the head, because I'm a drummer, um, to say, no, take a really hard look at this stuff. You want proof? Understand that stuff. See what is actually apply. Listen to me. Think a lot. Think for yourself. My thing in the end is, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm trying to get you to think for yourself. My goal is to push for psychic change. I want you yourself to figure this out. I'm trying to help you there.
Raptor is desperate. He wants me so bad to block him, but I'm not going to block you, buddy. So keep it up. Keep begging for me to block you. I ain't going to do it. Anyways, let's go back to Dogman TP Hunting. Now he's in England, right? He's in part of England I used to live from way back when. I lived about 3 years in England, and I have recent video proof of orbs. Now you talk about this as well in your book about orbs or about UFOs. They're 6 inches to 30 feet, I think, feet. And it says here, I filmed in 30 FPS.
Frames per second.
Frames per second. They traveled towards me from a distance in only 3 frames and morphed no frame drops in FHD. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to read
Full high
this.
definition.
I'm having a hard time reading the thing. I must be getting blind. But I cannot evidence why it happened. Yeah, well, it's fair enough. What do you think? You have any ideas? I mean, let's go this way. By the way,
I have like this.
Henry he's not only did he have his interesting encounter, but he also UFOs were involved in Men in Black. It's part of the story, man. So what is your take on this? You're up in the mountains there. You're in that. Tell us the story a little bit about what you experienced and the kind of strangeness, and then maybe we can tie it in with this question.
I should give you a little more of my background, just quick. First thing I did when I got $5 million to look for Bigfoot in 1993 was I spent 3 years checking out 500 Bigfoot sighting reports, sending a team to go out, investigate, armed with questionnaires, and depending on what type of sighting report it was, give them a footprint questionnaire or a hair sample questionnaire or a sound questionnaire or a smell questionnaire. And we had questionnaires for each type of Bigfoot event. And we assembled 485 sighting reports across Oregon and Washington in a database. And I interviewed 1,000 people about Bigfoot who had encounters. And that was the first thing I did after I had my own encounter. So my encounter that I talked about briefly before, where the weird month of August to September 1993, immediately I became on the board of advisors of the Bigfoot Research Project run by Peter Byrne, and we collected 500 things. So this team, we also took GPS coordinates, and we analyzed this data for years. And the impact of meeting 1,000 people that had Bigfoot encounters right away, right out of the box, blew me away, because there were so many what you would call woo stories. I mean, out of that 1,000, the majority were woo stories, 600 maybe. 400 were simple, Bigfoot ripped the deer in half and ran off with it. Bigfoot crossed the road. But 600 of them were really weird, and they got weirder and weirder.
My experience is totally weird. I totally relate with it.
And so I had to take the woo into account right off the bat, because I collected data, and I said, wow, the majority of the data is actually woo. That's for real. We assigned a credibility rating to each report from 1 to 16. We tried to deal with what you try to deal with. And we couldn't do it without being subjective, because this is science. Whenever you apply a subjective criteria to a data set, it is no longer really a data set. So once you take the woo reports out, you're not dealing with the whole phenomenon. Because, as we used to say back in the day, when I used to have this argument 30 fucking years ago, this is why it's boring the living shit out of me.
I don't blame you, buddy. I really don't blame
you. The classic thing is this: the Bigfoot. We don't know if Bigfoot's real. You don't know if my stories are real. The Bigfoot phenomenon is real. And what that is made out of a couple things. It's made out of footprints we find, track casts we take, hair samples we find. It's also made out of stories. The stories are sometimes wild stories, but they're stories. They're always human stories. They're humans talking about stuff. I saw Bigfoot. This divides everything into two halves. You have wisdom that is made out of organized experience, and you have knowledge that is made out of organized facts. Science is organized facts. So when you have a nice fact, you have what science says is data, i.e., something reproducible, testable, an observation that is solid, and you all agree on it. You develop knowledge from that. But when you have wisdom, you have a personal experience. You have a personal experience, and you say, hey, I saw the Bigfoot. That's an experiential fact. You know you saw the Bigfoot. You know you saw it turn into an orange ball. You know it went through the tree without making a sound. But no one else does. That experience can be made into wisdom, but it cannot be made into science. Every Bigfoot researcher alive tries to take the experience and put it in the other framework. They don't want to go experience equals wisdom. They want to go experience equals knowledge. No, it doesn't. Knowledge is made out of facts. And in scientific terms, different. So you have two halves of these things, and basically every researcher confuses the two parts. They don't keep what's experience in the experience box and say wisdom, and they don't keep science in the science box and say knowledge and facts. And they don't really either side in the classic woo versus ape debate. Both of them violate science, because the woo people, of course, they're not really too concerned with the measurement of the tracks. But the science people, you see, science people measure the purported science people measure the tracks, and they say, look, I've got tracks, I got this, it has a metatarsal ridge, therefore it's an ape. and they jump from A to B and make a staggering conclusion, scientifically speaking. I'd like to see the logical chain of data that gets them from the footprint to the final conclusion that this is an ape. The way they get there is by going to the wisdom and the experiences. And they say, well, there's stories about it acting like an animal, ripping a deer in half. There's stories about this and that. And they can find anecdotal data, which in science terms means nothing, to support their case. And so they find all kinds of anecdotal data, all kinds of stories that suggest it's an ape. And then they apply that to the tracks and they say, well, and therefore it's an ape. No, that's half-assed science. The quote-unquote most scientific people in Bigfoot are doing completely half-assed science. Any scientist out of this field wouldn't call it science at all. They'd laugh it out of the inbox on their desk. It would go straight in the round file. Ridiculous, to even imagine that. Now, the problem is that the woo people are not very much better. The surprising thing, in my opinion, is that the woo people are actually way closer to understanding what's going on. They use their intuition to actually understand what's going on, and it seems to work a lot better. Get them a lot closer to the actual, and here's the kicker, scientific conclusion. Because in the end, there is no woo at all. It's all just physics. And that's what I'm trying to explain to these knuckle fucking draggers, is there's no woo. It's physics that you don't understand. I'm trying to explain it to you as a dumb punk rock drummer. I'm not the best guy. I'm going to try to get real physicists to come on board with me in my insanity. That's always a tough call. It's a tough crowd when you go up to real physicists and you go, hey, I'm just a fucking rock drummer. Will you please look at my theory? And so about Einstein. But the thing is you got to fail big. So I'm going to go for it. What the hell?
Yeah, I understand completely. You withdrawing. I understand your anger.
Just old anger. I'm reliving old anger. See, I'm reliving the old days when I used to fight these guys and go, yeah, but you're half-ass scientist shitheads. Fuck you. But the thing is that, no, I couldn't say that then because I didn't understand what I do now. I did I did real science for 30 years, and it was competitive. I had to go against 200 projects every year in the Columbia Basin to restore salmon. And I had to compete with 200 other groups of scientists to get my project funded. And yes, Bigfooters, I'm bragging now. Every year for 20 years straight, my project was always in the top 5 out of 200 of every scientist, every biologist in the Pacific Northwest. Okay. So I'm like good among the biologists of the Pacific Northwest. Okay. That's what that means, Bigfooters. So yeah, I can take it. You can call me woo guy all day long. Go right ahead. Really, I can take it. I'm really got a thick skin with this stuff. So I apologize for getting mad earlier. That's beneath me. I should not have such a small, petty spirit. I should show the kind of magnanimous spirit you guys show, right? Yeah, that's what I should do. Yeah. No,
maybe
I really have no fear of you guys anymore. Like, I think you don't understand how small and petty you really are. It's surprising to me that in 30 years you haven't figured that out. But that's why Meldrum hated me 30 years ago. And you know what? I bet if I met him today, he'd still hate me. Yep, because they used to put me up in front of all the woo guys to debate Meldrum. Once upon a time, here's an ape story for you. Once upon a time, Meldrum came to me to ask for $2,000 to buy the casts from Paul Freeman. And I told him to fuck off. So
really, I thought
yes, sir. That's right. Meldrum's and my distaste for each other dates from the very beginning. I have had Meldrum as a thorn in my side, like since
He is a bit of
before
an
he was
arrogant prick.
born.
I'm sure he's here. Certainly is.
He's a Mormon bishop, even worse.
I tell you.
I mean,
Hey, now, hey, I grew up a Mormon, so of course.
my
Here's,
nightmare, my
here's the funny
nightmare
thing.
paper.
I
It
grew up
just
a
makes him a
Mormon.
nightmare aper. Okay,
I
that's all.
grew up a Mormon, and I left the Mormon church when I had 2 months left of my mission. When I finally realized it was in a cult, then I ended up getting myself in a couple of cults along the way. And one of the cults that I ended up getting involved in turns out to be Bigfootery, and that's how I see it. At this point, if we're not like really pursuing, shooting for as best evidence we can to get as closest to the truth as we possibly can, then we are playing dogmatic role, or we're playing religion of Bigfoot. And that's happening on both sides. Now you might try to pretend you're not doing that. I'm talking like whether it's the Jeff Mildrums of the world, or it's the really extreme wooers, that are like literally, I mean, they've turned this into a new age religion in which they turned Sasquatch into a demigod. Literally. And I'm not just making that up. And it's just like, listen, this is like, it all depends where you want to be in life, right? It's like, if you want to be on either camp, that's your choice. But some of us actually really want to know the truth about what the hell's going on, what we're experiencing, what this world's really about. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in being in part of a group. And I lost my faith in Bigfootery 7 years ago, and how I was treated especially on both sides, by the way.
So
Both sides treated me like shit. Is what they did.
Thinking, maybe the answer is we create a whole new thing. Like we somehow fuse the cool people out of both camps into something else and start over or move ahead. All we have to do is move ahead and leave them in the dust. They can look at our taillights. Because
I think you're right, man.
Maybe it's time for that, because
I'd be game for that. I'd be game for that.
I'm like, hey, I always say this. When everybody's thinking the same thing, nobody's thinking.
Absolutely. That's a profound truism.
Yes, it is. That's what I like to say about the Bigfooters.
I would like, it may be great to be in a group where people that take the best on both. Throughout the whole,
that would be great. It would be great to be in a
move forward.
In a group that wasn't mean. That's why Raptor Crazy pissed me off so much. He just 30 years ago. Fuck that guy. So
there's a lot of guys like that.
I'd love a place where people were not mean. I would love a group that existed where they weren't mean. Oh, and second, this is the other thing. I'd love a place where they could be reasonable. Oh my God, reasonability. That would be cool. And thirdly, let me.
By the way, I'm scrolling through this, and this is a report documents for those who say that Henry has not been involved with the scientific community and actually doing the scientific method and research on this topic. You're looking at it right now. So anybody says this guy hasn't been doing it, I bet you haven't been doing it. You haven't done it at all. And if you think you're doing it by showing up on whatever it's YouTube or whatever platform, and you think you're actually doing it, you're not doing it.
Well, no, these people are not serious people. That's where I'm at.
So
all these people that are giving me shit here, they're not serious people.
Now,
I actually just don't want to waste my time with them, and I want them to get the fuck out of my way. That's actually how I feel. I'm like, fuck. I feel like I came on your show, and it's wonderful. You're really cool. But I stepped in dog shit because, a bunch of assholes. Fine. I don't like hanging out with people like that. Basically, I still don't. 30 years later, I still don't. 30 years later, I'm really sick of mean people. They're the kind of people that made it like a drag 30 years ago. You're still the kind of people that make it a drag 30 years later. Hey, let's get rid of these fuckers. We got to lose the plastic people.
So I'm putting you in timeout, Raptor, because you're. It's one thing to have a couple questions. why go after Henry? What did he do to you? Where's your evidence in all this?
No, I mean, it's
So
just, hey, it's the internet.
you didn't want
Hey,
me to do
it's
it.
the
I
internet.
put you
You
on
know,
timeout.
there's always
I put him on
trolls.
timeout. I didn't. It's not blocked. It's not the same. I put you on timeout.
Trollers and trollers.
And
I
but no,
used to. I,
Henry, this is a good thing to go through. I know you might not like it, but it is a good thing for people to hear about this because it's 2024 and we have serious issues when it comes to our community, in which we're having people going through ad hominem attacks or bitching about the where's the information. It's like every time you say a question, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Well, maybe you start with something. Why don't you, offer us some proof, or maybe ask the guy, reach out to him and say, can you show me some proof? Or maybe you could try a different tone of voice type of thing. Whatever the case is, at some point you're clearly, Raptor, you were going after her because you've been in my show numerous times. You have not gone after anybody like this. But why Henry? That's the question I want to ask you.
I'm the most.
Why
Well, let's
Henry? He
just
didn't
put it
do
this
anything.
way. I'm
He
the.
didn't do anything except try to apply some
I'm
scientific method to this whole thing and try to share it with you.
Nah,
I don't give you
it's
get.
the same pecka. We just call that
Maybe maybe you are a paid.
pecka heads.
Yeah, but
Or the other
we've
thing
had
we go,
extreme new agers
six
on.
pups,
I've
six
I've
sick
I've
pups.
I've interviewed some extreme new age woo woo guys, Bigfooters on
I'm
this
not like
show.
anyone else, believe
Well,
me.
and
You'll see.
Raptor didn't go after him the way he was going after you. I don't get that. I just think maybe he's in a bad. Maybe Raptor he just having a bad day. But listen, man, if you keep going at it and going at it, you're ruining everybody else's life. So, in time. So, anyways, let's say a few things. Let's look at this Dogman's because he is a real researcher and he is doing his stuff. So any idea on the orbs? I have numerous videos. They are lighting quick and appear just when I capture an image of a cryptid. Okay.
Yeah, nothing wrong. Never anything wrong with. There's never anything wrong with standing up for yourself. Actually, standing up for yourself is never a mistake, right? So there's never anything wrong with questioning ever. No.
But if everything you say and the person's, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? You're like, well, geez.
What am I claiming that needs evidence? Exactly.
We're showing you a scientific paper. You literally can find it
What
online.
yeah, what are you claiming that I need evidence for? I
That
mean,
he's involved
do you
with.
have any idea who I am, what I've done, what they're looking at? See,
No.
I look at it like this. I've done a shitload of Bigfoot work. I doubt anyone I'm looking at here has done any.
Well, I would say that
I'm going that far. I'm going that far.
I
Okay,
know these guys are doing.
I'm going to go to the extreme. They've done nothing. And you know what? I've done a lot.
I would say Sovereign Cosmic Wild is trying to do his best. He started out Dogman TP hunting. He's doing his best. If we can't compare to you in the years of research you have. You're absolutely right.
No,
so we should show.
I don't think these are serious people, and their questions are not serious. That's how I see it. Okay, so the flogging over evidence, without saying what evidence you want, is ridiculous. Like, don't waste my fucking time. What are you talking about? This is the problem with any kind of, let us call it, any kind of discussion online. May I pause for a moment to describe peer review to you clowns? Okay. Here's how peer review in science actually works. I know this is going to really be a shock to you, fucking science-y Bigfooters. One publishes a science paper. One gives it to the opposing scientist. The opposing scientist makes comments, or the peer reviewing scientist. They make comments. These comments rip your paper apart, every assumption, anything they can nail you at. Did you calculate that average wrong? Are the confidence intervals anywhere near correct? Can I move the confidence intervals? Anything to rip your work apart to show that you're a stupid idiot and I should get the funding, not you. And so your peer review takes place under semi-hostile circumstances. They write the comments point by point. You respond to each comment in writing. Both are in writing. They write the comments in writing. They send them to you. You respond point by point to every comment, send them to them. Point by point, they respond to your response. Send it back. You go back and forth until you reach one of two conclusions. One is you agree, or two is more experimentation is needed. And so that's actually where this discussion should go. But of course, because this is the wild ass bullshit iNet and this is a podcast, there's no way you fuckers are ever going to be reasonable like that. That is how I would like to talk about my work with other people. I would like them to come up to my level and talk to them like a real scientist. Unfortunately, you guys are clowns, and I have to teach you how to do it. So
Sure.
I will, because you really piss me off, because you remind me of 30 years ago, and I'm not back to relive 30 years ago. I'm here to do something new. I'm not here to regurgitate this same old shit with the same old clowns. I have 30 years of really getting sick of this shit that you guys don't have. You don't understand how boring every single idea you have is. You remind me of like when I was 7 years old, my very first Bigfoot thoughts. Everything you're saying is in fact me at a younger age. At a much, much, much younger age, back when I was an infant. That's what you sound like. So it's really creepy for me to hear you guys today sound like the infant Henry with like self-righteousness added in, like you're all real vehement and you're sure what you're talking about. You sound like me, motherfuckers, when I was a fucking fool. So I'm like, no, guys. Believe me, you're going to outgrow it, okay? You're going to outgrow the Aper thing, and you're going to get the evidence you want, too. Whatever you want for whatever you want. It's going to happen. Keep at it.
So, Dogman TP Honey asked a question. Henry, do you believe that photonic particles could account for a lack of clear video or photographic evidence? Please.
I don't know what that means, actually. I guess photons, talking photons.
Photon particles. And then that's just some kind of interference. Yeah, I think he's trying to get into some kind of interference that might cause us not to we get this cloaking effect.
No, well, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons for their. I mean, we could be here all day if we wanted to list the reasons why you can't get a clear video or photographic evidence. I don't know.
Well, that might be if you ever willing to let me have a part two, and I apologize for Raptor. Raptor has never. He usually has like one or two, maybe three challenging questions, but he went overboard tonight. I don't know what the hell was going on with them. So I let him go.
He doesn't like my attitude. Yeah.
Well, I'm so used to that too. There's a good reason why I'm censored so much. I mean, there's a long story in my background too. So I've been standing up for people for a very long time, and I have.
I bet you have, yes.
And I have been severely censored by Google and YouTube, and I still keep going. So, anyways, and I know we've been doing this now for actually 2.5 hours, and I don't want to wear you out.
Yeah, I might have to go here. Yeah, might have to.
So, please
have to check in with my wife.
Yeah. I don't have one, so and my son's now. I'm sure he's sleeping because he has a cold. So, yeah, Henry, I do appreciate the time that you spent with me. I'm sorry we kind of deviated a little bit, but maybe it was necessary to go through this. Maybe it's
No, whatever
some
you
was
want, wherever you want to go is fine with me. I don't know. I maybe got a little hostile towards your audience in the chat room. Oh my. Um,
well.
but you know,
Phil, I've interviewed him. He's a good guy. He's in Dogman TV hunting, and he'll admit he's like new to this whole thing. Sovereign Cosmic Wildlife. He's kind of new to the whole thing, and they're adding little pieces of the puzzle. They really are.
we all have a piece of the puzzle. I really firmly believe that. I mean, all I really have is a little piece of a puzzle that I want to share with you. Because I'm old and I want to make the best of what I got left. Okay, so I don't really have a terrible hidden agenda like beyond that. I, yeah, and yeah, proof, you guys. Well, if you understood what I was saying, you'd understand there was proof in what I'm saying. Strange, huh? Yeah, true. Strange, but
And
true.
anyways, in the scientific method, we're looking for evidence to support a particular
It's like
theory.
what evidence you want for what? You know, I mean, when I do science, I describe a methodology because that's the first step. And in that methodology, I describe data collection because that's the second step. What is going to be considered data in my study? Am I going to call this data or that data? Is it going to be footprint casts? Made by who? Where? In other words, you define the boundaries, you define the data set. You say, this is going to be the data set we're going to use in the experiment. That's what you do with evidence, guys, right? That's what you do with evidence. So what kind of evidence do you want for what? Because you need to first think of a methodology. What am I trying to do?
Define what that is.
Hey, there's going to be a method here. I'm going to assemble track casts, and then I'm going to stack them up, and I'm going to make them look like a Bigfoot, take a picture of it, and then fool Jeff Meldrum with my fake Bigfoot. And that's my methodology right there. Now I need data to, in fact, collect that. How am I going to collect the data to do that study? Why, okay, I'll do it this way. I'll collect these kinds of track casts, especially Paul Freeman's casts, and then I'll assemble all 2,000 of them in a huge stack that looks like Bigfoot. And then I'll use some digital effects, and we'll do this and that. You get the idea. What I'm saying is you describe, and then you do the experiment, you get the results, you analyze the results, and you draw conclusions. So once you have the data and you run it through whatever you've done, you've analyzed it, you've looked at the color separation or whatever the hell, you get to the end, you do the conclusion, and you are either conservative or liberal in your interpretation. If you're conservative with the data, you're really scientifically conservative. You just like go by the book. You just do the absolute minimum. This could mean this in the best circumstance. That's it. You know, if you're more liberal, you say, wow, this means this and actually means this all the time. So you have to look at how they come to the final result and how they actually interpret their data. Are they liberal or conservative in their interpretation? So this is how you do it, but you have to actually decide in the first place exactly what the data set is that you're looking at, exactly what the evidence for exactly what you're trying to do.
Raptor is a troll, aren't you, buddy? I blocked you for the night, and you sure as hell came in. So I would not take anything that dude says, period, at this point. So he managed to get back in there.
I haven't seen him. I've been ignoring his comments, right? You know,
so I would take him serious. At this point, Raptor, you have demonstrated to me that you're 100% troll because of your behavior. Now, I've seen this before numerous times. I'm very liberal. I'm very generous to my audience as far as allowing them to have their opinions and express their opinions. But you managed to just get back on after I took you off for the night, and you managed to get back in. Time out. So, listen, I want you to come next time, Raptor, with all the evidence that you have, and anything for that matter. To show us any time you've actually applied the scientific method in your life. I'd be more than happy to check it out. In fact, I'll let you have a show with me. You can come on and you can show us all the data and how you apply the scientific method in your life. And Bigfoot, let's put it that way. But you keep talking about pictures and videos, and we're not talking about any of that tonight. I don't know where you're missing the point.
Well, I'm trying to raise the game of the Bigfooters. I would like them to pick up their game like a little bit and actually do what I'm talking about, which is forcing a reasonable discussion where you actually make comments about a scientific paper and responses and back and forth until you decide you agree or more experimentation is needed. I would like to see the Bigfoot community actually run like any science community anywhere. That would be a huge improvement, but only for the people that think that science is going to give them all the answers. I can help them by showing you the alternate version of Einstein's field equation that will help you understand that there is no woo and that Einstein explained woo in physics. And you guys need to pick up your game. You got to bring it up because Bigfoot's not going to dumb it down for you.
So, what do you think it is? Here's a question. Why do you think it is that people are so, in this field in particular, but it could also be ufology and paranormal as well. But anyways, like this field, there's just like an overwhelming amount of hoaxers and an overwhelming amount of like debunkers and trolls. It's just like it's absolutely the most amazing thing. Why is it? Do you think that there's such a this? Is there something?
It's my fault.
No, it's not just you because this happens.
No, it's my fault. No, it's my fault.
It's your fault.
It's truly my fault. No, it really, really, really is. I'm not kidding. Because I'll tell you a story. We should go. I didn't keep you any longer, but
that's okay.
I'll tell you a story.
I was thinking of you because if you know,
well,
I don't want to.
I'm thinking of my wife who's going, "What the fuck's going on?" You know. So,
right.
I'm hungry. It's dinner. The very, very first Bigfoot thing that ever existed on the internet was Alt.Bigfoot, which was a Usenet news group. Usenet was the first thing on the internet. We had email, but the first shared thing, like the first social media, was Usenet, and it was just a newspaper bulletin board with columns, and you could get your own heading. And Alt.Bigfoot was one of the very first headings, the very first Usenet that ever existed on the internet. 1993. The Alt.Bigfoot had an opponent, Alt.Barney, because Barney, the purple dinosaur, was Bigfoot's enemy. So the Alt.Bigfoot group was filled with hackers, and Alt.Barney was filled with hackers. And we mail bombed each other on the very first internet. We hacked each other and tried to trash each other's user group. And we would post all kinds of shit in each other's user group. And it involved insulting the living hell out of each other. And so we became masters of flaming each other. And we would just insult each other 24/7. And all you did was dream up better and better insults for the guys in Alt.Barney. So this is the environment. No one takes Bigfoot seriously at all. It's a hacker group where all they do is insult each other and insult everybody else on Usenet. We would break into every other user group on Usenet and post all kinds of "fuck you, Bigfoot." Yeah, we're here to stomp. We were just like, we were a comic terrorist group. Okay, so Alt.Bigfoot is this comic terrorist group. So is Alt.Barney, and me and this Native American. His name is slips my name. Anyhow, we are pissed off. Silas Salmonberry, Silas Salmonberry, a Kootenai Indian who had been taken off the res and raised at an Indian school in Chicago, had a master's degree in signal processing. And he and I were like the computer geeks that were self-righteous about the reality of Bigfoot, because Alt.Bigfoot was nothing but comic terrorists. And me and Silas said, we've got to have a serious Bigfoot group, man. And so we convinced, because we were already a member of the hacker group, we convinced them to give us our own subheading, alt.bigfoot.research. And that was the very first Bigfoot group of any kind on the internet anywhere. And it was my invention with Silas. And the first thing we started doing was apers and woos started ripping each other. The year was 1993. And that was the very first thing that happened. So
30
we
years
used
ago.
to fan the flames because, of course, the parent group was an insult group. So all I did was insult apers, period, 24/7. I never did anything but just, I was 50 times worse than this Raptor crazy guy, right? He doesn't know crazy at all compared to crazy. I mean, we would just, the whole group, we would just rip each other constantly for fun. The whole thing was about, man, if you really ripped the guy bad, it was funny and everybody would laugh. And we'd mail bomb each other and we'd send 10,000 mails to this guy and 10,000, aha, we clogged your mailbox, ha ha ha, fuck you. So that's the whole start of serious Bigfoot research. It came out of chaos. Comic chaos of people just flaming and yelling and screaming and putting each other down. That's what it was actually about before it was about Bigfoot serious research. So this whole new world of serious Bigfoot research sits upon a cauldron of shit that you had no idea actually it came out of. Because the original one was all about insulting people. We didn't care about Bigfoot whatsoever. We just wanted to insult motherfuckers. So that's why I'm so quick on the draw when I run into someone like Raptor Crazy, because I'm just like, hey, I invented this shit, motherfucker. You have no idea. Fuck you. So the thing is we all came from that. Because you sprang from my asshole, we all came from that beginning. And that's why I can refer to you as infants, because in my childhood, when I was an infant, I acted like you. Exactly. I just fucking ripped dudes for the fucking hell of it. Like, I invented that. That is my invention. You are my child, motherfucker. Sorry, it's true. What can I say? Anyhow, we should go. But no, I've never brought the modern world to that before. I've never said, oddly enough, it's ironic. Fighting, it's like a hockey game. I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. We were having a fight and a Bigfoot group broke out. That's really what happened, So, and it led to all the others. I think it's highly ironic at my age. So What the hell?
Yes. Well, Henry, I appreciate your time. I truly do. And if anybody, I got a lot out of this.
I'm glad. Thank you very much. I really I enjoyed it. As I may have just indicated, I enjoy the tug and pull of success and failure, and the online repartee with the delightful guests. Yes, indeed. Hmm.
And
I haven't had any. I haven't had any of that in a long time. So, but
he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but he does have a website. And that website, and first of all, you can find his book, Henry's book.
I got a couple of them. Yeah, I got a couple, and I do have a YouTube channel.
You do?
It only has 2 videos.
Oh, well,
They're PowerPoint presentations because I try to explain the science with PowerPoint presentations, and I'm just like a puppy dog physics guy, so it's difficult, but I try, and I think
is it your
some
name?
people understand.
Is it
Yeah,
Henry?
just Henry Franzoni, just my
Okay.
name. YouTube channel, 2 videos.
I had no idea you had a YouTube channel. Okay,
I made him because of this book, because nobody understands this book, and like today was another example. Nobody knows what the hell. Prove. I'm like, well, you read my book, you understand what I'm saying? No. Well, I'm saying here's the proof. You got to wait a few years, but here it is. So it may not be proof in your hand right now, but if you think about it, it is proof in your hand right now if you actually understand.
Nikki says,
I'm trying to help you think for yourself, and I hope I can help you think for yourself and find the evidence within yourself, yes, that proves to you what's going on. Yeah. Anyhow, yes, we will.
So once again, and Nikki from Sasquatch Secrets, the Flash of Beauty channel has a recent interview with him too. Which
you should see both of the latest interviews they put out today and the one by March 6th. That's where I explain my story. That's where I get to actually tell my story. I finally get to tell my story in the last 2.
Was Henry one that interviewed with Bigfoot Society channel? I'm not sure.
Boy, is that Jeremiah? Byron?
Sure. Like I said, I'm really not in the community, so
yeah.
I do channel.
You and me are not the ones to ask. Yeah, I'm like that.
I interview people, and I'm do my own research.
To know everybody. I think if it's Jeremiah, you have to
Bigfoot Society
beauty video, and then
so I know
you'll understand why you should look at my latest videos and not the earlier ones. Well, the earlier ones are fine, but the later ones have so much more information. And the last one is where I finally just tell my story without all the stuff I leave out because people think it's so fucking crazy.
So Nikki says it's Jeremiah. Yeah, sure. Wow. It's okay.
Yeah, Jeremiah, Byron, Eli Watson. I really like Eli. If he's on there on Bigfoot Society channel, yeah. Eli's and Jeremiah both interviewed me, and I'm trying to meet the new generation, right? Yeah. I like Eli, he's a cool dude. And I like Jeremiah, he's a cool dude.
So Nikki's been around a long time too, by the way.
Those are long time ago. No,
Sasquatch Secrets, she's been around a long time. You guys gotta hook up together and have a conversation. And let's see. Even if you guys do have some disagreements, I think you guys will have a mature adult conversation about it, I believe. He said that the CIA is run by Sasquatch. No, I don't think he said that. Did you say that?
I didn't say. No, I actually watch my. If you want to know what I say, in the most clear terms,
and we got
clear. watch my 2 Flash of Beauty videos, the one that came out today and the one that's going to come out by March 6th. That's available to subscribers today, but will be available to everybody for free by March 6th. Watch those 2 videos and you will see the relationship I described between Sasquatch and the CIA, which I describe in detail in those 2 videos, okay? Where I add a lot of details to it, right? Actually, you got to see those 2 videos before you give me more shit. That's really what it comes down to. Give me more shit, ask me more questions, but see those 2 videos first. See those 2 videos first, then come back to me and give me shit, okay? And meanwhile, I'll talk to you soon, sir. You are a wonderful host.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank
Are you ready to
you.
depart? Okay, if that's the case, it was nice talking to you once again, Henry. And this is his website, and don't forget his book and check out his stuff. So, with that, I'm going to play some music. So,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk to you. Hopefully, we'll talk to you soon, Henry.
Yes, I do. I do hope for that.
We'll do a part 2.
All righty. Take care.
And then okay. So what I am going to do is play some music and then come back. And I think if those who are interested, some parting comments and stuff that I'm thinking about. And hopefully, you stick around. And if you don't, I don't blame you as well. So let's see, what should we play? We're going to play, I like Karma Vulture a lot for some reason. Maybe it's time, I need to get some new music is what I'm trying to get. Music. Maybe we'll do Vulture. Cold. Let's do Cold Feet. It's a cold song. All right, let's see if we get this going here. All right. Let's see who's still lingering around with me. It's been a long show. FFS. FFS. Well, that went well. Yes. Sorry, Nikki. You're not teaching this guy the right way. And Nikki, remember, you're not an expert, right? So that's Rafter. I actually kind of like him. Even though I think you're a little hard on that, you give a little too much on the image thing stuff. I mean, I'll be the first one to say, I'm filming stuff, and I'm not claiming that they're all Bigfoot. Yes, indeed. And I have a lot of questions about what I'm filming. I know that I think this has been good for me cathartically. I have nothing against the man, Henry. I think he's got some valid points when he's talking about stuff like let's see, there's only two left. So, in particular, plasma. He's talking about quantum mechanics. He's talking about the Planck wave. I think that Pi is his work. Salvador Paez. He's a brilliant scientist, astro engineer, and inventor. Works for the Naval Air Station. I think that I'm talking about things as UFO patents and etc. I think he's a genius. He's a brilliant guy. Now that it's just me, everyone's going to leave. There you go. It is a lonely journey. It really is a lonely journey. And I guess, there's certain things that Henry said that he believes strongly that happened to him. Who am I to say it didn't happen to him? I have some weird stuff as well. Except, there's other things that, there's just no way you're going to be able to prove one way or the other. And that's the way this Fortean journey goes. Yeah, that's the way this journey goes. So probably nobody will hear this. Nobody's here right now, so maybe that's the way it should be. I put a lot of time into this. I do this in chunks of time. I put 3 months dedicated into 4 months, maybe 3 or 4 months. When it came to the Bigfootery, I put a lot of time into it. Interviewed a lot of interesting people from different perspectives. And how I feel about things at this point, I'm going to still do my research. I think that my research is going to lead to something very profound. I think that, the stuff that I film in the trees, you look behind me, that thing cannot be pareidolia, the stuff around me. I think things you could call them Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever. I don't know if they are, to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to find any answers in the Bigfoot community. I think the only way I'm going to find any answers at this point is just running solo, doing my thing, talking about what I'm finding in the trees, trying to see what the connections are and all that kind of stuff. I think that Henry, I get the impression from reading his book, looking at the scientific paper that he was involved in, his research, that he's being as honest as he possibly can about the circumstances, trying to wrap his head around an enigma, a mystery, a great mystery. And I think there's just so many there's so many questions with no answers when it comes to Bigfootery. And so I don't know what to do at this point. So I don't know if there's anybody in the Bigfoot community that actually can help me in my quest to find out the truth about Bigfoot. I seriously doubt it. Maybe it's just, unreasonable expectation on my part. Maybe maybe it was my fault. And it's my fault to even expect anybody else to even help build a clearer picture of what Sasquatch is. And I've learned a lot about the Bigfoot community, though, the Sasquatch community, whether in all the different camps. And there's more than just the flesh and blood or the woo camp. There's all sorts of camps. It's very cliquish. And I just don't know if it might be a good way to sign off for a while. I did an interview. I mean, nobody's watching my stuff anyways. So I'm doing this because of my own research, documenting it, demonstrating, at least to myself, if no one else is interested, that I really genuinely put some effort into this. Genuinely. Whether it's out in the field or interviewing people to the best of my ability. I discovered and to know the things that I'm filming. You don't have to go you don't have to go out in the woods. You don't have to go out in the deep woods to see this stuff or film this stuff or have encounters that add up to something that's like supposed Sasquatch. Unfortunately, we didn't really go into great detail a lot of stuff in his book. There's a lot of things to talk about. I'm glad I did the intro video, this first 10 minutes, so people have some kind of understanding of Henry's story, some of the things he had to share. But yeah, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, what the hell is it? And I'm actually more interested in more of this, what do you call this, spiritual ecology, or these entities, or these beings, these energies, these things. Maybe they're just nothing more than a light show. But there's something else going on that's even deeper than Sasquatch. You know what I mean? Wanted to talk about the electromagnetic static field that he experienced, because I think there's something going on with that, and that doesn't tie in with anything everybody's saying, right? And it does have some commonalities though with the paranormal field, with poltergeists and with UFOs. Raptor kept on saying something about pictures and videos don't prove anything. They're just some proof. There's some data points, some evidence to build upon. But sure, I mean, I can share with you my images. That's all I can do. I can share with you my video. That's all I can do. I can share with you all else I can do. Is my experience. I'm very limited in what I can do about any of this stuff. If there's nothing else that I'm convincing myself that I'm experiencing something. Back to George. George Hansen had that interview that no one was paying attention to. And he said, go get a job. Of course, he was saying that stuff 15, 20 years ago as well. So he's got the same kind of formula. The best way if you is try to avoid this stuff. I don't know if that's really the case. I find this topic it's far more fascinating, far more interesting than Sasquatch itself or the paranormal UFO. I think that this is a part of the mystery of this realm that we live in. Now, I still, from listening to everybody that I've heard so far, that, with all the confusion and all the questions, and it's 2024, that, this theory or this hypothesis, it's a potential working theory at this point of a soul trap matrix, the reincarnation soul trap matrix just might be what we're in. And that these archonic forces, whatever they are, these entities, these beings, these energies, that people like Bob Monroe talked about these, interacting with these things in Far Journeys, chapter, I think it's 12. If you look in chapter 12 of that Far Journeys, you can find it at archive.org. And it talks about this, the reason why we're here. I don't think we're here to learn things. I think we're here to manifest loosh. our anger, our lusts, our passions. I think we're here to manifest loose. I think that's really what we're here for. And once you realize that's what it is, you can't take any of this stuff too seriously anymore. When you realize you're in a giant shit show that's very much rigged against you, or it's rigged against all of us, yeah, you're just like, you can't take any of it seriously. Even, these counters I had and the weird experiences and the poltergeist like activities in 2017 and things I filmed and all that, I can't take it too seriously anymore. My experience with religion, I see the religion of my experience in studying a religion, and I can see the correlations. It's as clear as day when it comes to Bigfootery. I mean, it's a form of cult. It's borderline. It is becoming a cult religion. Absolutely. And the new demigod's going to be Sasquatch. That's what it's going to be. Problem is, when you start filming quote unquote Sasquatch, you start seeing these different images that people are, and it's just like the stories that they have when in the afterlife, near death experiences, when they go into the astral plane. Everybody has different experiences that correlate strongly with the belief systems that they've been indoctrinated in already. And, I'm just saying this, knowing that no one's going to hear me. So, I could pretty much say all sorts of things. I could say all sorts of things negative about Henry, and it wouldn't make a difference. I could say all a bunch of negative things about Raptor, and it wouldn't make no difference. Because no one's paying attention to me. And I do believe that each part of it is because I'm censored, and another part of it is I'm just not a very pleasant person, I guess. I'm just not meant to be part of anything. I like to be a lone wolf. Now, I've gone through a lot. I've seen a lot of things in the past 2 months. And I'm just like shocked at how this is. It really has turned into a cult. I think that one thing that Henry's trying to do is maybe bring some science back into it at some level. I mean, we can't just stay stuck following Jeff Milgram all day. I mean, it's just not going to, it's not going to lead anywhere. You clicks, you have your little groups you're going to belong to, and you can pretend, it's kind of like this, the Baptists against the Pentecostals, or the Roman Catholics against the Greek Orthodox, arguing about things you can't prove, right? It's belief systems, right? My belief system is better than your belief system. This is my evidence. And our problem is we have very little evidence of what we're dealing with. Yeah, we have images of something. I'm filming stuff. You're looking at it. I mean, it's clear as day that I'm filming something. You might say it's just you, Mike. You put some kind of dolls or puppets or whatever up in this tree. And if you would hang a day with me, you'd realize I can't do that. Physically, I can't do that. Couldn't possibly do. And I'm not going to have my son do that. That's for sure. And I don't get any money off of this. I get no benefit from it. And I know what it's like to be deal with hoaxers. I've had hoaxers literally come into my house and lie to me straight in my face about stuff. Literally. When you find out later, to be exposed. Sometimes I think that they want to be exposed because, they're tired of it and tired of the lie. Now, I do believe the guy probably has some real experiences. Henry probably has some real experiences there. And, he's been out there for a long time and seen things and heard things. And I'm sure his buddy actually told him some things. Is Bigfoot working underground with the military or CIA, or I don't think he's was the military, right? I don't know. Could be, I mean, who the hell knows, right? That's the problem. None of us know anything. We don't know a thing. We don't know a thing. We think we do. We read books. We listen to stories. We look at images. We watch some videos, and we think we got it all figured out one way or the other. And I don't think we have any of that. I think there's deeper issues here. Who, what, and why is causing this kind of division? when I started this, it was because I believe there's a government asylum. I still believe there's a government asylum revolving around Sasquatch, but that doesn't mean that Sasquatch, the entity of being, doesn't exist, or there's some energetic forces involved in this. Maybe in the end of the day, they've got us so cued in right now with their satellites and everything else that then are. That maybe they actually know what our thoughts are, and then maybe through the internet they pay attention to us, and maybe they help, maybe through what modern day magic, if you will, technology, they can actually cause these things to happen. But that's a problem with that, because what about 100 years ago, 200 years ago, people were having similar experiences. So that theory could be happening, but probably not. Something's going on. I mean, it's what Henry had to say is not as far of a stretch as saying that Sasquatch has a full fleet of clanky mechanical nuts and bolts spacecraft. I mean, that thing's pretty wild. And as far as abducting women and taking their eggs and making hybrids, I mean, that's pretty whacked out. For sure. I don't think it's so whacked out, though, when we talk about plasma physics and when we talk about the super force and what makes you give cause or creates these, or allows these things that we call Sasquatch or other things to manifest, and people get to see these things. How do they come out of the trees? I mean, my observation, and I document, I do it again. I mean, literally the places, I'll show you. Like last year and the year before, like last year, it was November, I filmed in a ravine where that teepee structure is. By the way, the teepee structure is still there for some reason. I guess the tree crew and everybody else liked it or something, right? So, but all around the edge of the ravine, man, they're chopping down all these trees left and right. I mean, they're literally chopping them down. I don't know what they're planning on doing there. Maybe they want to expand their cemetery, or they're going to, I wouldn't be surprised that they end up making a giant retaining wall, fill it all in so they have more room. Things I've noticed too is that everywhere I go that I've had encounters and filmed things in the trees, whether they're Sasquatch or not, that it's like clockwork. Weird things happen. Trees die. Next thing you know, they're building stuff on top of where I had these encounters, literally. How's it going, Diesel? Just talking to them, closing thoughts. I had an interview with Henry Franzoni. And yeah, one of the things, Diesel, I'm just like, hey, Shell, how's it going? Hey, Shell. Beautiful and sexy Shell. I know one thing, her man's lucky, that's for sure. And I say that in the most respect. Actually, I have not been in a relationship for 12 years, and I have no desire to be 56 years old. I'm like, man, I don't ever want to be in a relationship again. But Michelle, she's pretty, that's for sure. Good genes when it comes to women on her side. So anyways, here's the thing. I'm just like, where am I at in all this thing? So I've interviewed all these folks. I've heard everybody's positions, and there's where they're at. Some things I question, but most things I don't really. I have had my own experiences, my own encounters, and I know that it doesn't fit in with the narratives out there. And I think, I'm at this stage right now where I'm still going to do I'm going to be doing my research for the next couple of months, going out in the field more now the weather's breaking, because I probably won't be doing too many interviews, but I'll still be doing lives. And I'll be sharing with you guys the things that I found, the images. Now, yeah, okay. Good, no, man. I sincerely meant that, So tonight, overnight. Great food. Oh, you got some. You went out there, did you? Nice. Shell, if you want to come on board and talk to me or talk to us and share what you found, you're more than welcome. If you want to, I'll send you a link. All you do is just follow it. And if not, I don't blame you. If you've been out there all night, you probably just want to just chill out. So, yes, it's now it's warmed up, So I went out a couple of days ago. And one of the things I noticed is like the places that I filmed last year, a lot of them dramatic changes. I think that's one of the stuff that is limited. This anti-structure structure that I wanted to talk with George Hansen about, but we ended up talking about other stuff, more of an introduction. So one of the things I noticed a lot of times when I film in an area, something not too far in the future, things change drastically. Things change. So, like in the ravine where I filmed a Bigfoot, where there's a teepee structure. I mean, they literally went into this winter since this time. I mean, this whole winter, it's just like the trees in my backyard, the trees in my neighbor's yard, all those trees I was filming, all these different entities and beings, and literally all these and I knew it was happening, and then because I've been paying attention, right? So, and they're silver maples, so they're not like infested with something that they're not like emerald ash borer or something like that. They went in there and chopped up all these trees, all the branches and all that. Some are still around, some were taken down. And then in the ravine where I filmed stuff, like these went through and started chopping down all this stuff, knocking down a few tree structures and all that. They kept the teepee structure. I guess the guys must have thought it was cool looking. Probably thought it was kids doing it. Maybe it was. But it literally went through and just chopped down all these trees. And I'm like, how is it possible over and over again? I go in an area, I start doing my field research, and within a year or two, there's like dramatic changes that happen. Not really true. Thank you, though. Footage is in my group and time. Cool. Nice. So I plan to do some more this week. I'm going to go to a couple of my sites. I'm also going to start. One of the things I do when I go out in the field is I get kind of psyched for it, and I get somebody to call it being spiritual. And in a way, I guess it is, because I'm interacting with the spirits, right? Familiar spirits, generational spirits, the spirits around me, right? I realize something. I call on this thing called the Lord of all spirits. When I say that, most people think I'm not being religious, because it comes from like the Book of Enoch, right? But when I call on the Lord of Spirits and I get real positive and I say this kind of to say the right things, for some reason, whatever we call the spirit realm, whether they're spirits or not, they can debate all day long whether they're pockets of energy, whether they're some plasma, they're a light show, maybe it's part of some kind of grand deception. But when I do that, it usually what happens is I end up filming stuff and having encounters. So. But, but the reason I'm doing it is not because I'm not doing it for the experiences. I'm doing it because I want to document. I know there's something going on around with the trees. I know something going on in the forest. With electromagnetic, the static electricity is happening, the electromagnetic magnetism is going on, especially right now as they start budding and the trees start coming alive. I notice in the springtime, there's an immense amount of energy that's being emitted from the trees. And I just have discovered this time of the year that is a very good time to film what we call spirits. I mean, these beings help maintain the forest, dead stuff, and chemtrails, and they have to work more to keep up with it. That could be my guess. It's fair enough guess. I know one thing that the trees are, and see, was in the environmental field, and I know about the emerald ash borer problem and how all these ash trees died, but now it's like this past 7 years, it's like they're going after the oak trees and they're going after the silver maples, and I'm not too happy about that because these silver maples are like 200-300 years old. big girth around them. I mean, they're 80 to 100 feet tall, and they're dying. And I don't think it's me that's causing it, although somebody may say otherwise. Is it me causing it because I'm filming them and so they're manifesting and performing for me? Which I don't think that's what's happening. I think what's happening is that I'm documenting the trees dying. And I think that the geoengineering is a big part of it. I think whatever they're doing, and I'm in an area where there's these beings and knock down hundreds of the same type of trees over their area. Yeah, well, yeah, that happens too, doesn't it? But the stuff I'm watching this year is human beings doing it. Everyone's chopping it down, and they're the ones. I definitely have had this kind of things where I've filmed stuff or seen things, had encounters, and then not too soon afterwards, that tree or the area, like they die. They just end up dying, right? And I'm sure other people who are not going through this experience like you and me, Diesel, think that we're batshit crazy, but that's because they're not out there in the field studying it. And here's another thing, it's like you come to a point, you're like, okay, you realize that the Bigfoot community really doesn't know what they're talking about. It's not an insult on anyone in particular. We just really don't know what they're talking about. And so then you decide, maybe start looking at other voices, talking to other people. Maybe even talking to people that maybe call themselves sorcerers or witches or whatever, shamans. And they start talking about there's different entities. But here's the one thing, regardless, when you start going out in the woods, you start using a decent camera, you start filming things for real, you start doing it yourself, you start doing the research, breaking down the images, videos, you realize that there's multiple things. And one of the problems I see in the Bigfoot community across the board is everything's Bigfoot. Everything's Bigfoot. Doesn't matter what it is, everything's Bigfoot. And I have a real problem with that because I'm filming stuff that doesn't look like Bigfoot. Other things look like all sorts of other things. I mean, what about the hooded people? What about the people that walk around or that I'm filming their hoods? What about the things that do look like dwarfs? That's an issue, you know what I mean? And there's other things that kind of look like gremlins and stuff like that. You say, well, what are we talking about? Well, you're never going to know what I'm talking about until you get on the field and you start doing it yourself and analyzing the images and the film that you're doing. Not somebody else's stuff, and not breaking down. I mean, if you don't have any other options, and I guess, it's fair enough, but if you have the options, and I'm demonstrating, even with MS, and even struggling with walking, with a wheelchair or even with a walker, I still can film stuff. I can still force myself to drive, take it easy. I go to places that are reasonable for me to go to, and I'm still filming stuff. So my point in all this too is to keep doing is to let other people know that you don't have to be dependent on other people that are tromping all over the woods, right? You don't need all the, the healthy young bucks that are going 10 miles in the woods or in the forest or to do it. Now, I'm grateful for guys who are doing it. I'm grateful for guys like Diesel for doing it. They are doing it, But I'm also telling you that you don't have to do it. And if we work together on this, collaborate, some people work on the edge of the woods. Some people work in the woods. Some people go really deep in the woods. People try different locations. I mean, I wanted to talk to Henry about his theory about high mountain lakes, and he feels that there's some kind of like portal or something like that in nature, usually some kind of opening. Or I mean, then we look at us, in the east, and we don't necessarily have high mountain lakes, but we do have streams and ponds, and a lot of times there's activity in wooded or ponds are near wooded areas or streams, and I mean there's a lot. And so what's the connection there? And people filming stuff, I mean, I think that this could be a very fascinating turn of events if people will be willing to do it. You're doing a good job, Mike. These beings are everywhere. Your work, it helps a lot. Never shit on. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. You're doing good work too, man. I mean, my point is, if we could be all we willing to work collectively on this, I mean, let's break free of this restraints of the Bigfoot community or the UFO community or even the paranormal community. Let's think different. Let's not be afraid to. I mean, here's a fascinating idea. If someone would okay, find a stream that's near your home, right? Maybe there's a culvert in it, or maybe there's rocks in it, just a particular stream, trees and all that. And go there continuously now throughout the year and just document, take stills and see if you can find stuff within those stills and within the images. And there might be you might discover some interesting correlation of what's going on with the elements and with the stream, and that there's certain times a year or certain times a day you have a better opportunity of filming things, and maybe these things don't look anything like Bigfoot or anything like a human being or anything like you can imagine. And so and what's the point in this? Well, we have this digital technology now, we can find some stuff. And I think it would help to, especially when it comes with these parallel universes, these things are running around us. Now, not a lot of people say, you got to stay away from this stuff, or bad things are going to happen. Well, bad things happen to you all the time. Anyways, I mean, you have a better chance to have something bad happen to you with a fellow human being than these things. And so what's the point? Why don't we just work together and try things differently? But, we're at a stage right now where, everybody was about making a name for themselves. They don't worry about the number of subs they have, all the clickbait stuff and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I don't have any problem with short videos. I don't have any problem if you do, you find something and you do it for a minute or two to show people, this is what I discover, or this is what I see. Can you see what I see? The kind of stuff. But, the other thing is, I see what's happening over and over again. This is always the same thing. And it's corrupting the research part of it and the quest for greater knowledge. And that is personal greed and personal self-aggrandizement. So, feeling like you got to, it's all about the numbers game. And then at the end of the day, people have a right to do whatever they want to do. I don't think that they should be censored in one way or another. I'm just saying, for me, what's happening and what's going on with the Bigfoot community is people have lost their bearings collectively. The new people have no idea what's going on because they're just being indoctrinated left and right by all the endless videos out there, right? And there's all these big channels, and I do think that big part, the military and the government's involved with it, but there's another part too, it's just people that are really good at it. There's some people just extremely good at making entertaining and captivating video, and content creators, and good for them, right? But for the most part, I don't see serious research happening. I don't see people seriously documenting their stuff, been disciplining their stuff, maybe filming the same place over and over again on a consistent basis. And here, and the arguments will be, well, I can't get to that place. Well, I know a lot of you have trees around where you live. Why don't you just work around where you live? I think that'd be pretty shocking. I think it'd be quite revealing to see all these different entities that you might find in your neighbor's yard or trees or on the ground or different right time. And now we've been indoctrinated and conditioned that they're all demons and monsters, and But you know what? Maybe we're in a stage, or the beginning stages, to really. I strongly believe that we're in the beginning stages of new technology to discover new parallel universes all around us. That's going to make our world even much more fascinating. Once we get past all the superstition, all the dogma, all the religious nonsense, the cult mentality, and we get back to just discovery and research. And sure, like every new field of research, there's always the naysayers and the people that are going to cause problems, hoaxing and all that kind of shit, blah blah blah. But in the end, as technology grows and as our research grows, I can see in 100 years that people are going to know, they're going to have definitively, they're going to know that our parallel universe is running around. Somehow we'll develop enough backbone. We won't be so afraid of a lot of these things that look like, they look a lot like, let's put that, they look a lot like, just like insects. We have insects all around us, right? Snakes and insects and bugs, all sorts of things, right? And even though we live in controlled environments, and usually you see a snake, or not snake. Well, you might see a snake, but I'm just thinking like spiders or flies or whatever in your house. You have a tendency to wipe it out, kill it, and get it out, right? Let's see. I just missed this. The real truth gets shadow banned 20%. That's what happens. I mean, I swear to God, nobody knows I exist, but it's okay. And nobody knows hardly who Diesel is, all the work he does. It's like, and the people that aren't really doing work, their work is pretty just entertaining people. They get the numbers, and I just think it's like, I don't think it's healthy for me to be focusing on that shit. I mean, if people want to be part of the cult of Bigfoot and they worry about their numbers and they're always looking for the next person to have some so that they can get, their following and their numbers and maybe get a few donations, or they want, maybe it just, I know it feeds the ego. I mean, it's easy to happen, but I really don't want that. I really want to know what's going on in this world. I want to know what kind of a place we really do live in. I don't know why anybody else. These are questions that I think everybody should be continuously asking and demanding an answer for. You know what I mean? I guarantee you that the oligarchs and the power structures that be, I mean, they're asking the same questions. They're the ones with the technologies. They're the ones that are leaking these new cameras to us. You know what I mean? They're allowing it to happen. Let's take advantage of it before it's too late. And before they totally pull the loose, tighten the loose around us, because you can see it happening in all aspects of our lives, right? The loose is being tightened on us. Our freedoms are being taken away completely. And I think it's important to know about this stuff, so when the imageries do show up, you've say condition yourself enough to realize these things are nothing to be afraid of. But if this stuff was unleashed on it, the things that I'm filming, and it was manipulated by the propagandists of our society and culture, I guarantee you people would flip a wig, man. They would go crazy. They'd be like, "Oh my God, they're literally our teams. What are we going to do about it?" Now, maybe the churches, that would benefit. Maybe that's what they plan on doing, because, I mean, as time goes on, if the ebb and flow, people start realizing the church ain't no answer for anything, right? They're just taking your money, offering empty promises, whispering sweet nothings. And, but I think that this research is more than just paranormal research. It's more than just ghosts. It's more than just UFOs or Bigfoot. I think that we're onto something that is the cutting edge of a new science. I really do believe that. And the cutting edge new science is that there are things that are around us 24/7, day and night, connected to the trees, the elements, the sky, and with the right cameras and the right discipline, and I think that it could reveal some amazing things. I don't think it needs to be like, and I can see it's going to happen, because people are people, and people just like lose their wigs and they lose their minds, and everybody, there's something in us that tells us we have to worship something or be obsessed about something. And I don't see the point in that. I think that we can still be very analytical, very use our powers of observation and the scientific method, and discover that we really do have parallel universes running side by side us. That someday, if we keep working on it, as like kind of like what Bob Moreau was talking about, these entities, right? They're feeding upon us this solution. They come here, and that's what they said, right? I don't to take it or leave it, but let's just think this way: they come here for vacation to see what humans are and see what this whole place is about, right? Someday, if we work on our technology and we work on this stuff, maybe someday for a vacation or for a weekend or for a weekend getaway, maybe we're going to go somewhere that actually has things that look like Bigfoot that dominate the place, right? Or maybe they look like something completely different, right? And, we realize that they're not just all monsters, right? And there's always going to be a potential threat, but right now, the number one threat for humanity is themselves. We're a number one threat. It's not these entities. Even if they can do some amazing things like, hey, what's up, Prince? Arcane. Prince Arcane instead of Archon. Which I was talking about the Archons just earlier. So I might actually talk about it now. So kind of. So what if, we're through our technology and we work on this stuff, we start documenting what's actually around the trees and in the woods, what's in the air, what's in the ether and all that kind of stuff, using the digital cameras that we have as a tool of research, right? It's not the only one. I mean, I know there's other tools, and right now the materialists and they demand how to be a certain way, but as time goes on and as technology improves in many different areas, and we get closer and closer to singularity, and we get closer to the super force, if you will, what people call God, if you will, right? And I'm not talking. I mean, automatically you think about a guy in a throne, but I'm not talking about that. That's what they think. What I'm thinking is there's a everlasting, eternal force that's all around us, right? I don't think it's something to manipulate, but we get to that point. I can see in a few hundred years, if no major cataclysm happens or no major reset happens on our own part, that we could be for a weekend, and we could be going into some parallel universe or world, right? And how we're going to do that, I think it's not going to be physical per se. And it's not going to be necessarily like, like what we got going on over the internet. And God, I can't think of now. What is that thing that maybe you can say, what's the goggles that everyone wears and the virtual reality? It's going to be something similar to virtual reality. Hopefully we don't have to be chipped up, you know what I mean, to make it happen. We turn into cyborgs, or this transhumanism side I'm not really a fan about. But what if we could actually somehow, some way, our psyche, our spirit, our soul, can transfer and go to, or maybe it will be something very much like Star Trek. Maybe there will be this, because it's just like beam me up sky type of thing. And I don't know if you guys realize this, but every time like they got dematerialized and rematerialized, they died and came back to life, right? They died and came back to life. They died and came back to life, right? But maybe there's some way that we can do that down the road. And I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, because, as we learn more, and we study more. Yeah, musk monkeys. I don't think we need to be musk monkeys. I think that's something that's primitive stage thing. But I'm saying, like our ancestors, I truly believe that our ancestors had the technology in which, they traveled the astral plane, that they went to different kind of parallel universes. They interacted with different things, and it wasn't like a religious thing, and it wasn't like a cult thing, and it wasn't like, worshiping demons or stuff like that. That people were really, they had the technology at one time to interact with other realms. And I think we can do that again. And I think it would make life a hell of a lot more interesting. Now I know everyone says we got to take care of this place, and yeah, it would be nice, but clearly that's not what's happening, right? I question really, being the viruses that we are, that these archonic forces, whatever created us here just to do exactly. I'm at this stage, people say, look at how cruddy the place is and how corrupt it is and got to make changes. And I'm like, you know what? I think this place was designed to be just the way it's meant to be. And we're actually going down the path that we were designed. It's not a very pretty thing. It's an ugly thing is what it is. Us, wiping out a lot of different sentient beings and species and creatures. But we live in a very violent, tumultuous, predacious realm. And I think of it this way. This thing like we're like the egg in Sophia's womb. You call it the universe. You call it the galaxy, whatever, the universe. And the egg is this earth, right? That gives life, that is life. And we're Sophia's womb, right? Now I'm getting really like Gnostic here with you, right? And then the Daemurs. The Daemurs is this force, this entity, along with its archonic servants, has trapped our souls and spirits, put us in this reincarnation soul trap matrix loop, in which we keep coming back here to generate loose for these archonic forces and for these other identities, so we should feed upon the energy that we like. But I was watching, hey, what's going on, Mike? I'll have to rewatch too, huh? Hey, chat. Yeah, anyway, if you want to join me, let me know, and I'm more than happy to let you out if you feel like talking about stuff. So my point in all this is, at the end of the day, I think that we live in a place that we're just now starting to figure out. Hopefully, it won't be like the last round thousands of years ago when our ancestors are starting to figure out where we're at and and starting to develop the technology and the resources to actually truly escape this place. But who knows? Maybe it won't be bad. Maybe we won't have the success. But I think it's obvious. You look at history, humanity and history, that we've had this desire collectively. We all know that there's something wrong with the place that we live. It has nothing to do with religion. Oh, that's okay, man. I know you've been busy, man. No problem. You can just listen in if you want. So we're in this place, and we all know it's wrong. I think most of us realize that we don't belong here. We do everything possible to entertain ourselves, to convince ourselves to get through another day, whether it's through television, movies, getting in relationships, sex. Maybe it's the Bigfoot thing, right? The internet, right? And totally trying to escape. It's our spirit, our soul is trying to escape, right? And the avatar was just what you used to do it, right? But we're all stuck in our cages. We're living in a giant freaking prison. We talk about maximum prison. We can talk about state and federal prisons, but then we live in a you want to call it a globe or not? It's up to you. We call it a global prison, right? And I see it systematically tightening. The loose is tightening every day. And I think that might be the only way, like Nemo, the only way out. And unfortunately, I hope we don't have to have something plugged into the back of our heads. But I think the only way out is to find a way to reconnect with these parallel universes that are all around us. Our ancestors talk about going back to the happy hunting grounds, or they call it heaven, or the heavens, or maybe they call it, if you're 2,000 years ago, it was New Jerusalem for the Jews, right? But everyone else had their own concept, right? And everyone knew one thing. It wasn't just about death. A lot of people take this real simple and say it's just about death, but it's not just about death. Our spirits know there's something wrong. Our spirits know that we want more. It's not just because we're greedy and selfish. Our spirits know that there's something not right. We yearn for more. And I think that this is part of that loose projection, because I think we're all just walking packets and walking factories of loose. It's not original concept of my own. I mean, go to Mark's channel. What is his channel again? Sorry, Mark. Watch all the time. Forever Conscious Research, and check out his stuff. I won't take any credit for any of that. I mean, it's just, he gave me the idea. He's the one that gave us the idea of the reincarnation soul trap matrix. But it makes sense to me, and it's not in a religious thing. It just, this is what we're in. This is what our ancestors knew. We're in some kind of reincarnation soul trap matrix, and we have this desire, or everyone's spirit has a desire to escape, unless you sell out. If you sell out to the system, to the matrix, and you say, well, I'm just gonna be go after, get my take from other people, you know what I mean, chased after the latest thing, fix, cheat from a neighbor's wife, that kind of shit, and all that kind of, you know what I mean, and then and live in this matrix of the hope, you know, that just get through another day and live materialistic. And by the way, there's plenty of people who believe in God who do this. So it doesn't have to be atheist or someone who's a deist or a theist or whatever. I mean, the fact of the matter, these are just labels. This thing is just labels. The fact of the matter is that I don't know. I mean, when I really talk deep with people, and people get real honest about stuff, they know there's something wrong. It is back. Watch yourself. It is back. Watch yourself. I'm not quite sure what that is. So here's the thing. I think, like, studying this stuff, I think that this might even be something about us too. All right. So let's just say that our souls don't look anything like the meat suit that we're in, right? And each person's soul, I mean, we come from a different universe, a star, a planet, you know, those sorts of things, right? And through this technology, if we research this stuff and we start studying and researching all and filming all this stuff in the trees, in the woods, in the air, we start documenting it. Stop putting labels on it and stop calling it a demon or this or that. Just, hey, this is what this thing looks like to me. It looks kind of cattish, or it looks like a dragon, or whatever the fuck it is. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things out there, right? And we start documenting this stuff with our digital cameras and things we have. And as time goes on, and the smarter are the guys and gals in the group who understand the electronics and the physics and the mechanics and the electromagnetism and electricity would help us, because it's just going to happen anyways. I mean, everything is improving at leaps and bounds right before our eyes. So let's be part of it. You know what I mean? It's not like we're not here to be saved. We're here to contribute to whatever this thing is for the moment. And at the same token, produce a whole bunch of loot. And so I think by learning to develop restraint, challenging our fears, developing courage, face the things that we fear and don't understand, I think will help us on the other side. I think the best way not to reincarnate and come back here is to really face the darkness and not be afraid of it, and also not to be in love with it. What's going on? That is back when you watch yourself. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you doing that on purpose by calling me D-O-D-R? Odor, like bad odor. You, man. It's O.R.D. I think he's just rubbing that at me. Please, sadly, most human beings' brains only use comparison tactics. So if they ain't learned it, they don't believe it on any level, unless you think outside the box, like you speak of Mike. I think that's the answer to all this stuff. I think if we stay stuck in this Bigfoot Hegelian dialectic nightmare, Bigfoot's real, Bigfoot's not real, I think that it's just a trap. I think we have to start looking way out. We need to get so far out of it and start looking, broadening our horizons, because I think we're missing a big picture here. And these parallel universes with the new developments in quantum physics and in plasma physics. There's researchers and papers talking about sentient plasma. Then we talk about electric magnetism and the things that are happening now just in people's garages. It's all going to come together at some point. Very Star Trek like ish. And I mean, the things that NASA's doing is not going to get us anywhere. In fact, I'm pretty confident that they're showing us one thing where they're spending most of their time underwater. And there's a lot of reasons for that. This place is 75% water. And I mean, we have vast areas, huge mountain ranges, canyons, miles and miles deep of ocean that we know very little about. And I do believe that's where we are, as far as the mechanical side of things, that's where we're heading. If these beings in the woods are us, when we're dead, the elites try to ruin the earth, and it's killing off our heaven in a sense. I think you get a point there too. I think that a lot of us, if we can just broaden our thinking here a little bit, right? And let's just say that our essence, who our spirit is, what our spirit is, whatever that is. And maybe it's all just a fucking delusion, but I don't think so. I think that I think a lot of what we're filming are us, the hooded people. Maybe some of us maybe are, more hairy looking. At least we present that way, right? Like a Bigfoot type of thing. Sounds crazy, right? I mean, but our ancestors talked about spirits. The spirit of the coyote or the wolf or the raven or the hawk and the eagle, blah blah blah. But I think a lot of that was even much deeper than that for those adepts, those people that were doing the rituals and the rites and seeing into the other realms with maybe it was all mind-altering drugs and that kind of stuff. But I think I think there's other ways to go about it too, right? But now we're that's why I call myself the Fortean Digital Shaman. But I think every one of us has the potential to be a digital shaman at this point. You know what I mean? So let's just think of it this way. So what we're doing is we're slowly gathering the information for maybe, if not for us, for our children, grandchildren, to be more authentic, to find a way to escape the noose that's being tightened around us, and to be more connected with this creation, but also to get back to where we came from. Because I do believe that most of us, in private conversation, even atheists I've talked to this way, right? And I said, oh, no. But I said, what if the idea is that there is something more to us? Fuck the God thing. Just think about us. You know what I mean? Just all this God thing, because that's where everyone's hanging up about. There's a God, this punishing God that is going to punish us and for hell and turning all that. And it's really been very effective to keep us down. But let's just say we are more than this meat suit. And that where we go, it might be more spectacular or more interesting than we realize, and that we all don't come from the same place. Like our ancestors, they talks about the stars, and then we all came from something different. And some of us maybe came from the underworld, right? Of course, they convinced this is all hell and you're going to burn in hell and all that. But what if the underworld is something they call it that because right now we don't understand fully what these parallel universes are, what plasma is, what it really is, this place. I mean, we've only been 10, 20 miles down deep, maximum, with these 10 miles with as far as digging down, and then with our ground penetrating radar that we have in the satellites. I think the max they claim they can go is 500 feet. No, it's going to be 500 miles. And did I say 10 feet or did I mean to say 10 miles, 20 miles? It's maximum done. So we don't know what's in the center of this place. We have no damn idea what's going on under us. Now, I'm not saying there's a place that's like this. It's physical. That's made of flesh and blood. And it's, no, there's a high probability it's made of something completely different. People talk about frequency and energy and wavelengths and all kind of stuff. And that's probably, we're dealing with here, right? Humans are selfish. Yeah, we are. But, part of it is because of indoctrination, how we're designed. This comes back down to who designed us to be this way, right? And if there is a designer, if we're nothing more than, listen, none of it makes any sense. And the evolutionary tree, none of this makes any sense. What makes sense to me, Diesel, is that we're in a soul trap. We're in a matrix that we've been trapped, we've been fooled to get into. And people are in a meat suit and brains, this organ thing, this reduction valve, keeps us at a very low base, low frequency. And I don't think we even have, I think most of us don't even have the options. I mean, it takes a lot of time, at least for me, to get to the point of thinking the way I'm thinking. And you know what I'm saying, Diesel? I'm sure the same thing as you. So, and to think outside the box. And that required a lot of me isolating myself from the rest of the world, right? And a lot of people don't care. And they're trained not to care. Yeah. Well, or if they do, they're like me. Just like a lot of this is just, talking out loud, right? Someone's just looking like a madman. I mean, I'm talking at this computer. I know there's other people on the other side, but think about, we're all just looking at scrying mirrors. Talking through this magic, right? That we call the internet. And it is a form of magic. I mean, there's science behind it, but science, just because it's called magic doesn't mean there's not scientific principles behind it all. So, but let's think about that same thing. What if we could get to that point, like we're doing right now, having this conversation, but yet we can go deeper and deeper and deeper to the point where we're actually talking to different entities and beings and them and what they're going through. Sharing our life experiences with other entities that maybe look like Bigfoot or Sasquatch or look like ghosts or look like whatever the hell they are, you know what I mean? It's easy to just, because it's so easy for us to get tripped up with the storytelling, right? And there bad things are going to happen along the way, but bad things happen to us all the time. It's human beings do it to each other. So it's like to prevent ourselves from doing this simply because bad things might happen, or more negative things are going to happen. Well, listen, just if you worked every single day of your life, some factor, I guarantee bad things are going to happen. Good chance the woman's going to leave you. Good chance something's going to happen and you're going to lose the house. Good chance you're going to, be in debt up your butt most of your life. Kids are going to get sick. Someone's going to die. Someone's going to lose a limb. Things are going to happen. This place is a brutally unfair place when you really think about it, right? So then you hear these people say, well, you better careful what you're doing because you don't know what you're dealing with. And I'm like, sure, it's fair enough to say that, but this the same thing is going on with people. You know what I mean? You better be careful of that chick you're hanging out with, or you just hook up with, because you have no idea who she really is or what she's bringing with you. You have no idea that I know guys have hooked up with chicks, and next thing you know, her and her brothers are not only living in this place, but stealing from it and pretty much taking them out. Did you know that? Stuff like that happens all the time. So you've got to take a chance at some point. This place isn't fair, man. You know, if you're one of those lucky people that has a partner and you really have love in your life, you're one of the lucky ones. Most of us, I mean, are like me. Well, we might have had it a few times in our lives, but it's not permanent. And who knows? I mean, the shit that's happened to me with my son's mother, she must keep my mouth sick. My son's in another room. He's probably sleeping. But you know, I mean, seriously, things, would I ever, in a million years, I mean, there was no reason for it. I didn't do anything to her, right? She broke up on my birthday, a month before the disability check showed up. She cashed in big time on my birthday. And I'm like, what the fuck? I never even did anything to you. And then she made us some shit. You know what I mean? Literally. And I'm like, what the hell? The shit happens, man. I mean, you find out she got borderline personality disorder, all sorts of stuff. But it's just like, there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? Just there's nothing you can do about it. You got to take chances. So when it comes to this stuff that we're dealing with and these interdimensional beings, the interdimensional realm, these things connected with the trees and the forest and all that, why hide from it? You know, it's funny. I shared, and I strongly people, the pilgrim, the pagan pilgrim, go check out that and listen to it. It talks about a really cool guy that was cool to the Native Americans or the indigenous people, a cool European, and then there's religious, the pilgrims, right? Can't think of the name of it now. It's not Protestants. Anyways, the extreme Christians that came over, right? They're extremely judgmental. All the indigenous people are all serving Satan, and we're Satan's helpers, and they're, but it was funny. One of them, one of the big, I think he was a governor or whatever it was. He was a high-ranking Christian, whatever. And God, what the hell's the name of it? Why can't I not remember it? Anyways, listen to it. And he's walking in the woods and he's freaking out and he's thinking he's seeing devils and demons and all that. And apparently he was seeing something. So he runs into, it's called a menstrual lodge. I guess the women back then, they had these lodges where they would spend their week or whatever it was having their period, right? And I can imagine what it must have been for women. Can you think about what it must have been like 100 years ago? If you're a woman right now, listen to this. Just think about it. If you're not having like tampons and pads and all that. I mean, just imagine without that simple invention, women wouldn't be able to friggin' work in the workplace. Maybe that's the way they have men rule the world again, is to force women not to have pads anymore and sit on top of a bucket for a week. But you know what? So he runs into this menstrual lodge, and kicks the women out, right, or does something like that, and hides all night in this menstrual lodge because it was safer to be in the menstrual lodge than out in the woods. And people are like, oh, making fun of the guy because he's seeing demons and all that. Well, hey, maybe he was actually seeing spirits. Maybe he was seeing some of those Bigfoot. But he didn't know what the hell he was dealing with, and because of his reference points and being an extreme Christian, right? God, what the hell do they call those people? What are the original people? They kind of pilgrims were something else. It'll come to me like, and I feel like really stupid for not knowing. Because I do feel stupid for not remembering it, because I've said it 1,000 times before. Anyway, they're hardcore Christians, right? So everything was demon this, demon that. It's the devil, this and that, because that's your brainwashed into believing that, right? But the indigenous cultures, they didn't call demons devils and Puritans. Thank you. I don't know how I couldn't remember that. So, but you know what I'm saying? So he's in the middle of the woods, freaking out, thinking he's seeing things because he probably was seeing things, right? Things popping out of trees and all that, and he's totally convinced they're demons, freaking out. And people poo-hoo it. Now we're discovering there actually are things in the forest. There actually are things around the trees. And the thing is that most people haven't been hanging out in the woods at night for a very long time. We got people like Mike was here earlier, MT Paranormal, and others. And then during the day, the same thing. So that, just because it's nighttime doesn't mean they're not there during the day. that we have different beings and entities associated with the trees and the elements. And certain times of the year, they're more vibrant or more energy being emitting. And they're not all Bigfoot. And these things, I think a lot of people, what they're calling it Bigfoot, or whether the footsteps that they hear or the breaking of the trees or the sounding. Oh, but I don't think it's all Bigfoot. I think there's not just poltergeist, but I think there's multiple things going on. And I think we're so blinded right now. The meat suit that we're in limits us so much as far as the vision that we have. And most of it, I'm blind as a bat without my glasses at this point. I'm 6 years old, So we have very limited eyesight and perception. And I just think that the meat suit that they capture us in, put us in there, really is a little loose factory, and we really are here to suffer. But I think that's part of the way to escape. I think we have to learn to embrace the things around us. And everyone's going to call us crazy who is not there yet, right? They're all going to call us superstitious and call us devil worshippers and call us witches and sorcerers and all that other crap. But you know what? They did that with every other group of people that ever came around with new inventions. They people who were the originals, the developers of the Industrial Revolution, right? They were saying the same thing. Look it up, right? Every new invention, every new discovery, there's always these narrow-minded group of people, and they seem to have an exorbitant amount of control. And, they're always like, oh my gosh, we better stop them now because things are just going to get worse. Devils come and Satan's come and all that kind of crap, right? But, you look at filming these orbs at night, right? They're all around us. These echo mist and echoplast and everything's supposed to be necessary ghosts, but how do we know it's actually a fucking ghost? How do we know they're not us, a collection of us, or something else? You know what I mean? The problem we have is just, what I see is going on in the Bigfoot community. I think it's also what's going on in the paranormal community and the UFO community. As we have people before us who created the narratives, the mental constructs, and some of it's right, but a lot of it is just parroting and people passing on, because this is what we do, passing on the narrative instead of challenging it and saying, okay, well, how do you, and I think it's good to challenge it. Because, we want the truth more than, don't we want that more than just playing the game of I'm right, or that I making the group happy? Consensus. What's consensus really going to do for us? So that's what I think. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's what I plan on doing. My field research is going to be more tied into what I did last spring. I'll be filming the trees, seeing what's in those trees. I'll be filming around the trees, what kind of energy is being emitted out of those trees. And I will be documenting what's going on with those trees. And I think that at this point, it's clear to me that the trees are the neurons of this place. It doesn't take much of a genius to think that through, you know what I mean? They literally are the neurons that connect us from the underworld to the middle world to the upper world. And I think, the trees are a big part of our past and who we are today. And people say, oh, it's just trees, No, they're not just trees. And I think, man, I'm more sensitive about that stuff because of my multiple sclerosis. So I have deterioration of my myelin sheath with the webbing, right? And let's think of the trees and the spreading through. It's just like fungus, right? But trees are the same way. And halfway decent, may have virgin forest, whatever. The roots are connecting to each tree, and literally, and if it's a nice canopy going on, the branches and the leaves are touching each tree to each other, right? And they're creating they created an immense amount of static electricity. And I think that there's like a charge that they make. And I think how a lot of these things that we call spirits or entities or energies, they use the trees to travel. Maybe that's what we need to do, travel. Maybe we discover something and we say, oh, we're going to find out, because people are starting to talk about harnessing static electricity from the trees to create electricity for your home. Wow, what do you think about that? What if we discover down the road that the best source of energy literally has always been the trees, like our ancestors did? They used the trees to cut for firewood, and of course the coal and all that kind of stuff. The problem is that we live like caged animals instead of living in harmony with this place. Then we're going to have to pay it's going to be an awful lot of suffering to reverse things, and yet stay structurally harmonious with the society. What we need to do is revert a little bit, or go more to that balance, a happy medium where we're truly connected with this place. This is how I see it. I think it's probably going to go other ways, but if we could find a way where we truly we can have the conveniences, plumbing, electricity, shelter, right? And we could also find a way to travel without paving the living hell out of everything. And I think if we could, we're in a different age than it was 100 years ago or 50 years ago. And there's some way of harnessing the power of these trees in multiple fashions, not only to burn wood for a fire, but also, or to build a house, but actually somehow these trees, when properly aligned with each other, it's not even like a ley line. There's something going on with these trees that when they're in the right place, the right connection, the roots and everything, that it can generate an X amount of electricity. So that might sound absolutely crazy, right? But regardless of that electrostatic electricity, electromagnetism is coming out of the trees, whether we can harness or not. Other things can. And they're using these trees as a form of a highway. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think so, because our ancestors were talking about the same damn thing. But we dismissed them because it didn't fit the modernia and the industrial age. And if we're going to have any semblance of freedom, I mean, there's always going to be a violent place, right? There's always going to be wars. Even, my other half, the First Nation people, there are still wars and tragedies going on. There's terrible things going on here. Yeah, not everyone was living like, in harmony and it was all love and dove, peace and love, right? There's a lot of war and violence, right? But the one thing that they were more connected to the creation too, right? They lived healthier lives. They looked better. They might have been exposed to the weather more than us, but they were more connected to the creation. So, and I think that that's going to be part of the ascension down the road. Or the opposite is, and these archonic forces have created us to do one thing, to destroy this place. It's either one or two things. Either we're designed to destroy this place, which it seems like it, or we're designed, or, in fact, here's a better way to say it. We actually probably were designed as a virus to destroy this place, but I think there's still enough of a consciousness, and that's the mistake they made. So they allowed us to have enough intellect and conscience that we recognize there's something wrong here, and maybe somewhere down the road, just maybe, wishful thinking, we can start to reverse things and be more in harmony with this place instead of and fight the urge that we have to destroy. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? Because if we can't find a way to fight this urge to destroy, then we might just throw up our hands and say, fuck it. You know what I mean? because tree hugging stuff ain't gonna work. It only works for a certain point, but so it's temporary, and the virus still continues. So maybe I don't know what the hell's going on, but I do one thing. I'm getting tired. I've been doing this for how many hours now? Since 4.5 hours. So Diesel, thanks for being there. The rest of you guys are there. Thanks for everybody who listens. And I don't know what we're going to be doing with the Bigfoot thing because I just don't see any answers in the Bigfoot community. I think I'm still going to do my researching. I'm still going to want to talk to independent researchers. People like Diesel are doing their own thing, finding their own stuff, and not so stuck in the Sasquatch cult. I want to talk to them. But I just don't see any answers from the Bigfoot community. I don't. What I do see is a cult and a religion being made. So, all right, I'm taking out. I'm checking out. Whatever I am, I'm tired. Talk to you later.